Okay, guys, I'm here. Yes, I'm here again. I want to apologize for being in your feeds so frequently. But the reality is, coming here and live streaming my game dev it's an accessibility device for me. Like, I have some ADHD, and it's really hard for me to like focus on working on stuff like this off stream, and live streaming, it helps me. It helps me concentrate, and I get to hang out with you guys, which is always nice. So what am I here game developing today on this unlikely Saturday stream? Well, we've got a game jam going on. The Game-like jam, in fact. Link is in the description box if you want to learn about it. It's about to end. Oh no. Oh dear. And I have a lot of work left to do. Bloons Tower Defense 1 has been the challenge for this bi-months. That is to say, we do this every other month, this jam. And for this particular one, it is Bloons Tower Defense 1, which I think is... I mean, look, like, I feel like it's a simple game. You're developing a sense of urgency. I mean, look, it's only got one level. It only has a few towers. The graphics aren't, you know, super high advanced kind of things. But yet, it's, for me, for my level of programming, it's a bit complicated. So, especially because I decided I was gonna make my tower defense game not use built-in game engine collisions. I decided I was going to have it detect targets with math. And that has presented so many interesting challenges. And I do mean interesting. I think I'm becoming like a better developer through this challenge. If I want to get this done in time, which, look, I'm not even submitting my game for ranking, because it is a ranked jam, but I just feel weird about submitting it, because, you know, I'm like showing off the game here, and I get to know about the topic ahead of time and stuff, so I'm not submitting mine for ranking. But, like, the reality is, I'm not going to keep working on this after this jam is over, and I want wins, alright? I want to finish things, and I made one already for the last game-like jam, which was Frogger, and I was so proud. I felt so proud. Like, yeah, there's some bugs left behind and things, but at the end of the day, it's finished. It's got a complete game experience right here, and I want that again. I want that. I want to say that I made another game and put a period at the end of that sentence. And I'm not gonna get that if I don't finish this. So I'm streaming, I'm working on this today and tomorrow. Yeah, so this is my Frogger-like. It is a game. Now, Frogger, to be fair, is a much simpler game than a tower defense, right? It's like just crossing the road and avoiding the cars. Hey, Andres, welcome. So I just, you know, that's worth keeping in mind. But I mean, just look, I mean, I did this. I'm still new to like making games and finishing games. It feels so, I'm grinding. It feels so good to just like be able to have like successes and wins instead of just like perpetually working on something. So yeah, I really want to finish. I want to finish this game, so I'm gonna. Wow, this is fun. I did such a good job on this, and I want to look back on my Bloons-like and feel the same way. So here's where we're at. I had to completely refactor the towers in my game, completely, which was not great. But that is what had to happen. So here's where the game is at right now. We can place towers. That's great. This is excellent. There's only 3 towers that definitely work. These 2, not so much. So if you think about Bloons, you've got your dart tower, which shoots single bullets, and that's this one here. This is a toy soldier is what this is, and it shoots one single dart out. And then you have the tack tower, which is this little spinning top in my game, and it spins around, and the idea is it flings sparks out every direction. Then you've got the freeze tower, which will freeze units in its range. The bomb tower, which is shoots out a single projectile that explodes in an area. And then finally, there's the supersonic tower, or in my case, the super soldier. And this is just a very rapid dart tower. Now, most of these work. Actually, all of them work, but there are some bugs, I think, with the tack tower, because I kind of just slapped that one together really quickly. But I've got really good base tower code, so I'm not going to fire that right now. But I'm pretty sure the rest of these will function well. I am not going to use the super soldier because it is too powerful, so maybe we'll put it over here. You're refactoring your wave data to be a class instead of an array. Whoa, why? That's cool. Yeah, mine is a dictionary, I believe. That's really interesting. We can definitely use... I keep wanting to press the delete key to sell it. Dude, I'm gonna make the delete key be... I'm gonna do that. That kind of makes some sense, right? And let's move the bomb tower maybe over here or something. Okay, so I don't know if this is a debug wave. It is a debug wave. So these are all gonna work really well. We've got the bomb tower. You can see the animation on the bomb tower is not perfect. I just kind of slapped it together so it would work. The freeze tower doesn't have the animation. I have made the animation, but I didn't set it up on there yet. It all works pretty darn well, honestly. Really, I just gotta fix a couple bugs of the towers, and then hopefully I can actually start making some more things, like the start wave button a little nicer, the UI at the top. There's a baby I want to add at the end who's eating all these sweet treats and maybe even says some snarky messages. I would love to get some sound effects. There's so many things that I would like to do, but I need the towers to function properly. So this is all functioning really well. Now where we're gonna run into a bug is, well, also I need to get the freeze tower animation. I would love to align the bomb tower, the freeze tower, and the spinning top. I would like to align all of their timing a little better. We're jam ratting. We are jam ratting. Welcome, Dungeon, and oh, make the particle effect for the sparks that come off the spinning top. So there's a lot to think about. Welcome, Dungeon, and by the way, Camwin, thank you for supporting the channel, for being a member. It means so very much to me. Dungeon Martian, thank you as well. You guys are the best. It means I can do these streams more often, and it's like kind of okay because you guys support. So thank you. All right. So, here's where we're gonna start seeing the bugs. I believe it is, actually this isn't a good place to get the bug. I need to put it like right here. So what this tower, this spinning top tower will do, actually I will say, I think if I put it by itself, we won't see the bug. I can't believe I overscoped in a jam, all about not overscoping. I mean, I saw it coming, Andres. You were adding all kinds of extra stuff, but I wasn't gonna say anything because I was like, hey, maybe Andres can handle it. Maybe Andres can handle it. Tuning in from the car, Wi-Fi is terrible. Thank you for being such a vigilant mod. Not only a supporter of the channel, but a mod despite circumstances that make it less than ideal. Thank you. I appreciate you. I haven't set up mod tipping yet, but it's close. We almost got it all set up. So mods can get tipped, which won't be that much, but and it will be something. Thank you, Dungeon. You're real. All right, so I'm gonna fire this. You'll see that the spinning top will do damage in an area. Well, it's not animating. I need to set up the animation. So there's that. But I think it's only gonna be a few things. Okay. All right. The timing not going great there. Let me actually restart it because there are more. At least the overscope isn't too huge. Just gotta cut half of the playable characters and some extra stuff. Nice. Yeah, just cut. And I think if you're like someone who's gonna overscope, like it makes the most sense to handle it in a way that is preferring stretch goals, right? So like instead of overscoping in the sense that if I don't get this feature in, the game is gonna fail. More like, if I don't get this feature in, it doesn't matter because it was extra anyway. So like, you may have overscoped wisely. That's you in a car. Extra, What? Oh my god, I'm on a car, baby! Let's go! I'm on a car, I'm on a car. That must mean I'm a success. Okay. First of all, that's us, alright? I am not the Hyper Game Dev. Hyper Game Dev is a channel where, in theory, other people could come. Is that a Toyota? I love Toyotas. Alright. Nice. I love that you're pulling that off. Hello, other drivers. Roll down your windows. Turn it up. Hello, other drivers. You're doing a great job. Keep us all safe. I don't even want to be road raging. It does look like an album. Oh my gosh, it does. Wow. Dude, maybe it should be an album cover. Okay, now I feel like I should like save this and use it for like the album of all of the member songs that I used to do. In the speakers. I should have exported it when it was done instead of going for the extra modes. Dude, that reminds me, I need to I need to test it in browser. I like haven't done that yet. That's dangerous. Okay, so are we gonna see some attacking? There's not gonna be, there we go. Okay, so it works, right? It attacks multiple things around it. Now there is an animation. I've made the animation. I just haven't hooked it up yet. We're gonna do that like momentarily. But you can see it is attacking things nearby it. And it's fine. I'm not getting any errors. We're all good. Now, as soon as I do an overlap, that's where we're going to run into trouble. Because I haven't set a limitation that prevents the tac tower from attacking things that other towers are also attacking. Now, I do kind of have to really make sure that it, you know, you should put a, here, put this down. Oh, we're going to have to restart it. Let me do something else here too. What I'm trying to do is trigger the bug. I want the bug to happen. So let's go to globals, and I'm gonna set up my debug wave. So you can see in wave 1, I've got a bunch of crap. Give me more bunches of crap. I like this. Here, just copy it and paste it on in. So that way we have plenty of opportunity. You did get that done in your targeting system? Nice. Nice work. Nice work. It's like a lot. Like tower defenses are not like the easiest thing to make. Oh, I have to restart it. It's not gonna do that wave unless I restart it. Get out of here, VLC. You're blocking the logo. You can't block the logo. All right, set this back up. This time I'm going to do a super soldier, which is going to do a lot more damage and should set off the bug. I probably should have done more debug waves, but that's okay. We do our best. Okay, let me see. Show me the bug. What's going to happen is it's going to actually stop the game if we get the bug. I just have a Boolean in, there it goes, there's the bug. I just have a Boolean in every enemy that turns true if it's targeted, and before any other tower attacks it, we do a check to see if that variable is false. Oh, that's smart. I love that. And to me, this is like one of the most fun things about doing this game jam is like we're all going to be solving similar problems. Like we're not all going to make the exact same game, but we are going to be solving similar problems. That's really smart. It's tough because it's like, well, what if I want 2 towers to attack something at once? But I guess you just like wait for its signal to stop. And that probably works really well. So many different ways to solve these problems. But it's a lot of little things, right? It's a lot of little things. All right, let me get some music to just punctuate the moment. You know, punctuating the moment. Is it paused right now? Get back in here, VLC. You're welcome again. Okay, so the error appeared. So this is a breakpoint. I actually set this error up myself because it won't actually show as an issue until it's like, well, it won't be an error. It'll just, the game will just be obviously broken. So what happens is if a target has a level that is below -1, we have an issue. Signals are so fun until you create race conditions. Oh, yeah. I guess. I mean, I'm not sure exactly where. I feel like you can, yeah. I don't know if I've ever had that. Have I had that happen? Maybe I have. Race conditions, no, we don't want those. If target less than -1, print invalid target level attack, breakpoint, reparent, dump, collect. So this is making sure, by putting it in this debug collector, because all of my targets are being object pooled in collectors, and then they're just being pulled from and added to the path. And if they get put back into the normal collector, which is what adds them into the path, then we get all kinds of problems. So this debug collector just catches them, so that way it's not a big deal. But so the problem is, if we look at the single towers here, we've got protection against this happening. And I need to make sure I replicate that in my tack tower. For target and detected targets, if target progress ratio is greater than highest ratio, that's not it. That's not it. If target to attack is set to null, that's not it. Where is this protection? Nuclear protection on a budget. I don't remember how it does that. How does it avoid it? Because it's not checking the level of the target. Oh, there, yeah, it is. If target to attack target level is less than 0. Oh, that's it right there. So what this is, yes, it is checking the level. So what this for loop is doing is it's checking a array of targets. There's a whole bunch of targets in an array. And this single shot tower is looking for one target only to attack. And so it's iterating through there and saying, well, which one is the furthest along on the path? That's the progress ratio. And that's the one that it goes for. Now, if that target has a level less than 0, it's going to skip that one, and it's going to loop through again and just keep looping through. So that way, it doesn't actually hit it. Now, for the tack tower, we're not actually looping through that array. Instead, we're taking that detected targets array and just attacking them all. So I kind of need an inverted sort of thing where it needs to kind of iterate through the loop and say, is there one that's less than 0? Remove that and only attack the ones that aren't less than 0, right? It concerns me a little bit. It concerns me a little bit that, like, the timing might not be right. I don't know. Okay. Well, let's try it and see if we can reproduce the bug or not. Okay, so here is the tack tower, and all that it does loop. It is looping through. Oh, that's good. So it's looping through the array, detected targets, and then it's applying single damage to each target. Well, in that case, this is going to be very easy, right? We just do the same thing. I don't know that I really need that print statement there. Could probably get rid of that. But what's nice about it is it does confirm that this catch is working. So maybe I will leave it. Okay, paste this. And then here we want to say if target level less than 0, and this is going to be tack tower, return and loop it. That literally might just fix the bug. Now I do want to add the animation because right now it doesn't look like anything. It will, but let's get functionality. Let's get functionality. Okay, pop that in, and we want the super soldiers so that way it's more likely to be doing a lot of damage. Let's see if we can avoid that bug. Immediately got the bug. Wow. Okay. Shocking. That was shocking. I thought that wouldn't happen. And it didn't even hit the catch. Wow. Okay. Oh, well, we would want to make sure that this happens after. I put it before. Order of operations, very important, very important. Because otherwise it's not returning. But it's still going to return to the if statement, right? So I don't think this I still don't think this makes sense. It might make more sense to do like an else here, right? So just like avoid it. We don't really need return anymore, right? Okay. I think the things I'm doing make sense. All right, here we go. All right, we're still there. We're still in it, baby. Single towers temporarily target a dead target. But that's okay. As long as the catch works. That's all that matters. I think we're good. You gotta keep testing it. We gotta keep testing it. Nice. Tac Tower is getting them before... No, I think the Super Soldier is doing it. It's interesting that the Tac Tower never even hits it. Like, well, I guess that makes sense. The Super Soldier attacks a lot faster than the Tac Tower. I'm just kind of curious if we can get the Tac Tower to do the catch. Just for fun. The Super Soldier also has a very, very large range. Oh, there we go. Tac Tower caught it. No invalid levels. Bug fixed. Let's go. Squashing bugs. All right, I'm gonna call that fixed. All right, I am not gonna keep those prints. Oh, if there's no print, then yeah, we do need to return because there's nothing. Then there's, oh, sorry. I commented out the print, but if I commented out the print, then the if statement did nothing. I mean, what you could also do is just, anyway, we'll leave it. All right. Let's go to the single tower as well and make sure we get rid of that. Hey Sebs, welcome. Good to see you. Comment out this. I'm gonna put a GitHub commit. We're gonna call that bug squashed. Tac towers no longer attack things under level 0. Beautiful. Beautiful. I actually think I'm gonna be done with towers relatively soon tonight, and I'm gonna get to do everything else. I like moving on to other things. We got a lot of things. Not only do I like moving on to other things, I like liking live streams. It's just something I like. And if I were watching this live stream, I'd press the like button. Now, I'm not saying you have to press the like button, but if you do press the like button, it would really help. Because it would mean more people would find out about these live streams when they happen. Even though I'm streaming a lot right now, I don't always stream this much, I promise. So you can hit that like button and it's okay, all right? I promise I won't spam your feed, except maybe at the very last week of the Game Like Jam. Okay. So let's get those animations in there. I want it looking nice. So I had old tower code previously, and in this old tower code, you posted in live that your Wi-Fi is broken. How did you post if your Wi-Fi is broken? Make that make sense. The way you set up the check in this loop, is a bit broken. It'll look through enemies. If it finds one with under 0 health, it'll stop the loop entirely and stop the attack check. You probably want the check before the target gets assigned and use continue. Whoa. Hey, what's up, Zimp? Good to see you. Much love, right back at you. Interesting. If it finds one with under 0 health, it'll stop the loop entirely and stop. See, I thought it wasn't doing that, so thank you for this information. You found a bug in a text in Fortnite. That makes sense. There's a lot of people working on that game, and they gotta put out updates quickly. Okay, so you're saying to change this to continue and then move things around a little bit? The check before the target gets assigned. But, okay. But if I do it before it gets assigned, okay, all right. So it just have it check every single target. I see what you're saying, that instead of attacking something, it'll just skip it, but and so it might end up attacking less often than I want it to. If target progress ratio is greater than the highest ratio, set highest ratio to target progress ratio. Wait, I'm a little confused by how I'm even doing this. Am I even... Am I even using this? Yes, because we're assigning each target to a highest ratio. Yeah. Yes, we are. And it's only gonna attack the one that actually has it. So if it has the highest ratio and it's less than level 0, but if I say continue, isn't that going to assign it? I gotta be honest, I'm confused. I have to take your word for it. Like, I'm sure what you're saying is correct, but I am not really able. I know you're dealing with some goofy Wi-Fi right now. Honestly, if I'm if I'm gonna really understand what you're saying, then I'm gonna put it into the other chat. I'm gonna ask them. I'm literally gonna take what you said, and I'm gonna see if the other chat agrees. So we're gonna say, is this critique correct about the code? Okay, here's this, and here's that. Hey, Mindswept, welcome. The critique seems valid. The issue lies in the placement of if target to attack level less than 0. By using return, the loop halts entirely as soon as it encounters a target with a negative level, preventing the rest of the targets from being evaluated. The suggested solution is a good approach. Instead of using the target and then performing the check, you should validate the target level. Hey, Mindswept. You should validate the target level before assigning target to attack. Using continue ensures... Right, because you already said that. I thought it came up with it. No, you said that. Ensures that the loop skips the current iteration without terminating entirely. Validate the target level for... Oh! That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Got it. Okay. Now I understand. I've never used continue in my life. So, but I see now. I get it. So the for loop won't even bother occurring now. Wow. Okay. All right. Understood. Understood. Thank you. Thank you, Dungeon. And thank you, other chat, for helping me understand what Dungeon was saying when she couldn't explain it herself. That was just gonna affect, like, this tower, for example. I don't know that I'm really gonna notice anything different, honestly. It's just technically is going to be better. It's technically going to perform more efficiently. Uh-oh. But actually, that didn't work. Invalid access to property or key target level on a base object of nil. Oh yeah, target to attack isn't assigned yet. Right, so we would want to say if target level is less than, then continue. Okay. Then we use target to attack later on. I got you. Wow, so I really fundamentally screw that up. Man, I mean, these are the type of things that I am still learning. I'm very new to coding, to programming. I love it, and it's something I'm striving to get better at, but these are the kind of little things. It's like, even if the code works, it doesn't mean it's working as well as I even intended for it to. It can be hard to notice that things aren't working as intended. Although, you know, it could be like a little fun fact, like, this game is inefficient for this reason, and you should build your levels based on that. Great, I trust it's working better. No more errors. Thank you. I gotta give that credit where it's due. Probably I'll do that tomorrow, is setting up the credits list. I might need to give Dungeon Martian a very special credit. like out of the common rabble. You know what I mean? Like highlighted in a bigger way. I'm gonna just say this is coding consultant. That feels straight up coding consultant. So that's where we're giving that credit. Okay. So let's do a commit. Fixed code logic issue. Doesn't Copilot get any points? I know, right? I know, no. Fixed code logic issue. No, it doesn't. I mean, look, here's the way I look at it, right? If you were, or I were using Stack Exchange, or Google search, or I went onto the Godot forums, or a Discord server, and I got help. Well, okay, maybe the Discord server, because those are actually people that you talk to. But let's say you just look up how to do this or that, and you find a Stack Exchange post with an answer that helped you. Are you gonna credit that? You know what I mean? That's the way I think about it. Is it's really just, or like if I were, you know, back in the day before people used internet to solve problems, if there was a manual, you know, would I thank the manual of the game engine? Do I thank the documentation for helping me make it? Because essentially that's all that ChatGPT is doing. Is it is searching like Stack Exchange, right? It's searching like problems other people have had, and then it's also got the documentation built in. And it's just like piecing it all together to help understand how to solve my problem. That's just me. You know, maybe if I was just having it write the code for me, but in this case, I don't think it does. It's a very old style pattern. What is? Continue? Yeah, I mean, I am not and may never be particularly traditionally trained. Like, I might catch a video once in a while that explains, like, age-old time things, but I find that pretty boring. It'd be funny to see how many times you had to use tools like Copilot. Yeah, it would. You don't need if invalid continue in languages that support short circuit evaluation and logical operators. Huh. Huh. Alright. Alright. Okay. Okay. Wisdom. Very nice. Speaking another language. I'm very impressed though. Yeah, I just kind of don't have a lot of interest in learning those things, and you know, you can. I think there's value. I think there's value in learning those things. I just know my attention span well enough to just like not even bother putting myself through that. But it's funny. It's interesting because, again, it worked before. So, just because it works doesn't mean it works the best it can. If you do A or B, if A is true, it doesn't evaluate B, short-circuiting. If you do A or B, if A is true, it doesn't evaluate B. Okay. I mean, that sentence makes sense, yeah. Alright, let's get this animation working. So in order to do that, I'm gonna go back and look at the old tower script where I had the animation going. So all of it's kind of commented out. If attack timer running, okay, so we had to do some kind of funny things here. Animation set, so this is for an animation tree, and then it would do the attack. So that the attack was actually gated by the animation. Interesting. That seems strange. I don't think it was gated by the... I guess... I think we're going to want to handle this a lot differently. So this would have been the attack one shot that just has the animation play. Okay, but then we have some extra stuff here where it behaves a little differently. The attack tower, this is gonna be an abort, I think, and this is a fade out. I can't remember. Let me look at the... animation tree. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Alright, we got it. So this is the one shot. That's the attack it's requesting. If it's 0, it's nothing, or it's the default. If it's 1, it's fire. If it's 2, it's abort. If it's 3, it's fade out. So 2 is abort and 3 is fade out. Okay. So the attack tower fades out and the freeze tower aborts the animation. And it's basing it on if the attack timer is running. So when the interval ends, the animation ends. When the interval begins, the animation begins. And then we've got this extra check because maybe it was interrupting itself, would be my guess. So we can keep some of this, but I just need to reimagine it just a little bit. And we don't need to do this tower type matching at all. Okay, comment that out. Let's go back to the tech tower script. So attack moment is kind of like attack timer running. We kind of want to say that when the attack moment happens, let's say animate attack. Func animate attack. void. Now we have this one-shot thing. I don't know that we need it, so I'll try it without it. I'll keep the code here, but I'll try it without it. We don't need the attack stuff. Definitely don't need that. Let's pull this out here. I have a feeling we won't need it, but we'll see. Now, in terms of when it's gonna stop the animation, we don't... I guess we could just wait for it to end? Because it's not looping. I think we might not need any of this. Like, let me just see what it's like if we just do this. Where does that get us? Because that other stuff might have been related to the crappier code that I had before. Oh, so there you see that. I guess that's kind of what I didn't like about it, is that it was kind of jerky like that. And so that's where the one-shot thing would come in, because that way it couldn't interrupt. So, yeah, I think we do want to keep that. So we're going to say variable one shot, which is a boolean. And try it again. Nice, much better. Now, of course, the challenge also comes to things being like kind of aligned there, which is a problem already with, say, the bomb tower, where the bomb tower, sometimes it works out, but it's not always going to, because the rocket isn't shooting out dynamically to adjust to definitely hit its targets. You know, and obviously I might want some kind of explosion animation or something. I really need to add in like a way to cancel your choice. I mean, you could, yeah, I need to add that. I need like a delete key, even like a right click or a backspace. That would be really nice. So I'm gonna actually set that up real quick. A bit of a distraction, but I really want to get that in there. So the only button we have right now is the left mouse button. Not the best there. So you have action. We're gonna say, I don't know, just right click RMB. Let's call it action 2. And then action 2 will have right mouse button. And then I'm also gonna have cancel. You know, I'm not sure what's this is gonna be like for like mobile controls. Delete, backspace. Okay. Probably not good to do escape there. Maybe, I mean, whatever. Okay. So that's gonna be controlled over on the HUD. Don't know if we have an input thing here. We do not. I feel like that on tower selected, Tower is set to null, and you say default. Yeah, I literally didn't even create anything for that at all. But we'd want it to behave just like it was placed, except, well, yeah. This would be exactly the same. It wouldn't be any different here. That could be a problem someday. So it might be better to say, let's do this. Let's create a new function called held tower unheld. And we say this runs held tower unheld. Let me drop all this in there. And then, you know, in case I ever want to add something else to placed that is truly only relevant to placed. And then we can do an input function and say if input action just pressed, cancel. I think the right click would be okay too. Or action 2. Then held tower unheld. But we only care about that if we're in the state where something is held. So holding menu state. If menu state set to menu states holding. Thank you for trying to teach me things, Camwin. I'll give you credit for it. It clouded my brain and I didn't like it. But I'll tell you, something did kind of hang around and I appreciate you for that. Something is kicking around in there still. So I gotta give you some credit. Okay. So if the menu state is set to holding and you press cancel or action 2, it should unhold the tower. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. Okay, I've got this. Okay, well, it popped open the menu, but it didn't actually release the tower, because once the tower is held, it's held. So I would think we almost want a signal there of some kind. So maybe messenger tower unheld. I don't think it needs to know what tower is unheld. This might be a little more complicated to set up. So going to the tower script. Well, really it just gets placed right away. So it would have to know that it's held. I am placeable. I guess this is, when does that run? If is held. So that's going to be as soon as it comes in, it's going to be held. Now, one problem is, it's instantiating it. So just queue free it. I think that's all you have to do. Messenger tower unheld. Connect on tower unheld. I don't think you can hold multiple towers because the menu goes away completely. It still seems like it'd be nice to protect against that though. Just in some bizarre case that I don't even understand. Func on tower unheld. If is held, queue free. I feel like there's some degree of protection missing. Oops, I placed it. All right, I mean, that seems to work. I'm able to press escape, delete, backspace, right click, and it goes away. Seems fine to me. Great. Ship it. Oh. Okay. So we're gonna say held towers are unholdable, are now able to be unheld. Escape, delete, right click, backspace while placing will queue free the held tower. All right. So anyway, Tech Tower animates. I can't say I love the way it is, but I think I just have to let that go. We don't need any of that other crap. That was pretty straightforward and simple. So let's do the freeze tower. Let's get it animated. Probably gonna want basically the exact same code. I don't think we want to change anything. Like at all. I mean, maybe, but probably not. Oh, I didn't actually copy anything. All right. That's fine, it happens. Okay, then we gotta set up one shot. Variable one shot equals what? Boolean equals nothing. All right, see if that looks okay. I guess next I'll work on the actual like sparks that fly off of the tech tower. Okay, definitely not animating. Why not? Oh, because we have to actually run animate attack. That makes sense. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Nice. You know what might be nicer? Might be nicer if we wait until it's actually doing the attack, right? Like that. I mean, you could even... put it in the loop because it's only gonna happen once. But it's not waiting for the animation to end. So I think this is gonna look goofy. I don't think this is what you want. Well, let me see it. Actually, it looks fun. It's kind of a long wave, but I'd like to see how it behaves once everything's gone. It feels like it's working. It doesn't look off. I don't look at that and think, it doesn't look like it's freezing it when it's animating. Okay, that looks like the end. So stop. Stop! So it doesn't actually know when to stop. So I do need to tell it when. So how are you gonna do that? Do we have any existing signal like that? Or function or something? Just kind of looking for when the we have fetched targets on, no, not fetch targets on path. I just kind of want to know is when that target's destroyed. It'd just be nice to know when that detected array is empty. That is to say, I don't detect anything else anymore. But I distinctly remember part of the reason I refactored all this code to begin with was so I would have such a thing. Is some kind of moment where we know that there's nothing there. If targets on path size is greater than 0, I guess that would be it. We just want to say else to this. That would be the moment. Else can it, if I say tower sees nothing, like if I do that and then I go down to like a child, tower sees nothing, will it be able to see that? Probably not. Yeah. But if I do this, then it will be okay. I just pass that and then come down to the child. Could not resolve class area towers. It's mistaken. I just needed to save it. No? Okay. So I think then this will overwrite what happens in that moment. Let's just see. It overwrote in that moment. So I'm actually gonna want a pretty short wave so I don't have to wait a super long time. So let's go back to the debug wave setup. And I'm just gonna make all these 0. Save it, run it. And I guess I just want to make sure that that prints over here. Oh, wait, don't make it 0. It needs to print something. So I just added a few things, or it needs to see something to print anything. This might not work. It overwrote in that moment. Okay, good. But that's not really when I expected that to happen. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it's not really happening when I would expect, unfortunately. Because find nearby targets isn't called all the time. That's why that doesn't work. Find nearby targets is only run when the tower gets placed. So that's not useful. And I don't think we have any. We have process. I kind of hate to give it a whole extra check, just so we know when it doesn't detect anything. And before we were just doing it when, I guess we could, it's just a little different. We could just check when the animation is over. That's probably the easiest. Yeah, I think we should just fade it out when the animation is over. So we're gonna get rid of all of that. That was useless, but you know, it was very interesting. Throw that all in the garbage, put it in the trash, set the dumpster on fire, never look back. Jesus. Okay, and then I think we're just gonna do an animation finish check. I think that's gonna be easier. I just do. I don't think we have anything like that set up yet. I hate to do it where we don't need it. I guess we should, because I probably want the same thing over here for the tac tower, that it only spins if it's actually attacking. And in that case, I'm gonna need a moment to tell it to stop as well. Let's just confirm that that's true. Yeah, it's just spinning and spinning and spinning. No problem. Yeah, I can fix that. Hey Jonas, welcome. In a final crunch zone yourself, but here to lurk and like. Thank you for lurking and liking. That's nice. Lurk and like. I love the lurk and likers. Appreciate it, Jonas. Good luck. Time is a crunchy. It's very crunchy right now. This was a hard game for me. Thank you for the like, Derek. And by the way, Jonas, thank you for supporting Half Game Dev. But hello, Derek. Welcome. Finishing your game now, adding a logo. Ah, those are nice finishing touches when you can just like step back and be like, all right, it is done. I'm just doing fun stuff. With that said, I guess usually when I'm doing fun stuff, I'm like, oh, but I know there's bugs over here. Oh God, but I have to let it go. So good job for knowing when it's time to start tying the bows on the gift. It should be up. It was super hard. It's hard. This is, I have, throughout the entire process, from when I was announcing this game to now, asked myself, was this too difficult of a game like Jam Game? Because I feel like if I pick a game that is more on the simple side, like Frogger, people who have the capacity to make it more complex can make it more complex. And then everyone else who wants something a little simpler can do something simpler. But if I pick something that's already on the complicated side, I think that's a lot harder for us to make simpler. So, yeah, I think I'm probably going to factor that into future game decisions. And it's not to say that I won't pick ones that are more challenging. I'm just going to take it into consideration. That's all. Jonas is really hoping to finish everything today and just leave tomorrow for last-minute fixes if needed. Man, I mean, that's the best, right? Is to have time to polish. That's the ideal situation. When there's deadlines, that polish moment can be hard to actually orchestrate, I find. But it sounds like you're on track for it. Ignoring my huge list of things I won't get to. Yes, you must. That's what it's for. That's what the list is for. Stretch goal things. This is stretch goal. Man, that would be so nice. But I have to let it go. Cam says it's difficult to assess beforehand what is easy and what is impossible when it comes to coding. Thank you. I find that very affirming. I know, right? I mean, I think there's probably somebody out there who can do it. You said it's difficult, not impossible. Hopefully, I'll get better at that. Maybe. As the years roll on. But, I'm so inexperienced now. I thought I could just say, I'll do all collisions with math. And it would be, I have a month! Dude, come on now. Even if you get it work, and I think that's a huge wake-up call. It's like, yo, just because I get it working, doesn't mean I got it working correctly. Which means I have to consider, okay, how long will it take me to figure that out? Okay, maybe a week. How long will it take me to refactor it if it doesn't work right? So it's almost like, that old adage, like, however long you think a game is gonna take to make, double that. Hey, what's up, Reactor? Welcome. Where did I get my name from? Personally, I'm a very ADHD individual. I was diagnosed when I was 7 years old with the attention deficit hyperactive disorderliness. And it informs everything that I do to this day. And so that's where the name Hyper Game Dev comes from. That's it. And I kind of wanted to flag a little bit like neurodivergence, like doing game dev in a way that is not neurotypical. So yeah, that's about it. A way to represent myself, the community that tends to grow around the content that I make, and I also like that it has it's kind of general too, like it could mean a lot of things. It clarifies that we're doing stuff around game dev. Hyper, there's like hype is like a concept that we talk about a lot. So I thought it worked on a lot of levels, but the real true reason is to flag neurodivergence. You got a bit of ADHD in you? Let's go. Let's go. Also, I'm sorry, but also Let's go. Undiagnosed. Yeah, that's pretty common, unfortunately. I was lucky that it was incredibly obvious and my parents weren't like ascribing it to something else. They were willing to defer to a professional to find out. Autism, right. Trying to just flag down like neurodivergence. Let's go, neurodivergent family. Neurodiverse fam. I got a little autism in me. I feel like often with ADHD and autism, not always, but often, we have like a little bit of both. My partner, for example, has a little more autism and a little less ADHD, where I have a little more ADHD and a little less autism. Something like that. Well, you and your neurodivergence are welcome here. Oh yeah, we gotta stop this spinning around. Yeah, autism spectrum disorder. Yeah, and that's what's most important too, like, how do we identify our experience? Yeah, ASD, I mean, autism is just kind of like familiar. It's ASD, it's starting to feel a little like clinical. I mean, ADHD feels pretty clinical, but there isn't really an alternative. It's nice. Autism's got like a word. ADHD, by the way, is like such a misnomer. It's a ridiculous name, also. Like, it's not really an attention disorder. It's like a time disorder. It's like a perception of time is like different. 5 minutes to a neurotypical person is like 20 minutes to me or something. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I think on the area towers script is where I'm going to connect this, because I want this on both the area towers. So I'll add a ready, super ready, and then we're going to connect animation, animation finished. Cam says, my childhood therapist said Asperger's, but that got combined into ASD, which makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that's kind of an older term. And I think it was like named after like a Nazi or something. So it like kind of got a little controversial. But it's always changing. Like ADHD is probably going to get a different name someday, you know? I mean, we're still all talking about the same thing, whatever happens with the name. But I think it takes a long time too for those names to change in like official diagnostic manuals around the world. Yeah, me too. It takes a long time for those things to change and for people to adapt them or adopt them and it to proliferate and all that. I also have temperature sensory disorders, so cold water could feel warm if my hand is warm, and vice versa. Wow. What's that like? I don't think I've heard of that before. I guess that could be dangerous, potentially. Like if you don't notice that something is hotter than it is, maybe? Wait, is your user icon a little fire? Fiery, look at that! So I see you kind of blended that into your identity a bit, maybe. Water check! Thank you, Roger! Sorry for my gulping sounds. But thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. That's gonna go ahead and gonna wanna be a hydrate credit. You already know, Roger. I'm almost sure I've got something, but I'm so afraid if I get it treated, I'll lose a lot of the things you like about yourself. No way. Well, maybe. Actually, maybe. It's your profile pic from when you used to love BFDI. I don't know what BFDI is. That's an interesting one. I mean, like, well, that's a bit low. Because on one hand, like, for example, here's the thing. There's a lot of different types of treatment. There's medicine, there's therapy, lifestyle changes. So medicine might do what you're talking about. It might remove things you like about yourself. That's super real. On the other hand, you might find that taking it helps you be even more yourself. Because you didn't even realize how much the chaos or something going on inside of you is limiting your ability to access the things in life you want to access. Now, that may not be true. You may find that you like the chaos in your brain. Relatable, fair. On the other hand, how are you going to know if you don't try? If you try it, you can always say, not for me. So then there's therapy, like CBT or something, cognitive behavioral therapy, where they like help you unpack the ways you think about doing the dishes or not, or the way you think about the things you're trying to achieve and how you can help yourself do that more effectively. And then there's lifestyle changes. So maybe exercising more often, or eating or avoiding certain foods. So all of those can contribute to helping you, and getting some kind of treatment can help you target which lifestyle choices will be best for me, which type of therapy would help. And then maybe if you're interested, you could experiment with medication. I'm not a doctor, but that's just the way I would think about it, and the way I have thought about it. I used to take medicine, but for financial reasons, I had to stop taking the medication. And I found that I kind of liked not taking it, interestingly. Although I'm starting to swing back to wanting to take it again, and that's just it. You can take it sometimes, and not all the time. You could say, you know what, I'm only going to take it on weekdays when I have to go to work. And on the weekend, I'm not going to take it. So that way I can, let my brain do its thing. So, there's ways to cater it, to tailor it, to help you access what you want and leave the rest. ADHD is like being hypercaffeinated at all times and just living in the state. You can't focus because you aren't used to it. We have 10 thought trains already. What's 3 more? Yeah, I relate to that. You got Asperger's? Roger says same. Some people got hit with every stat modifier at the start. I took Prozac and stopped, but I am taking it every other day. Right, you can tweak it, exactly. Yeah, and I used to take like Wellbutrin, but that was really helpful. But again, for financial reasons, I had to stop all of it. And there are things I like about it. Now, at this point, the only reason I'm not back on meds right now is because, so my partner has a good job and good health insurance, so we're able to get some of that stuff. But now I just have to push through my ADHD to actually motivate myself to go get it. And yeah, so that can be a barrier to even accessing treatment itself. That's okay. I'm doing all right. I'm doing well. Honestly, live streaming, like, the reason why I'm working right now, reason why I'm here on camera sharing my game dev process is because this is the only way I work on my game dev. Maybe if I had medicine, I'd work more off stream, but without it, my Adderall is this. This is my Adderall, is being here. So, and that's another thing, right? Is like you can learn certain compensations, and it's possible that you've learned how to compensate. You've already figured out coping mechanisms. Still, knowing what treatment is available can be really valuable too. So you can balance it all and not necessarily only be stuck in the coping mechanisms. How do you sleep after getting caffeinated? Because frankly speaking, all it did was drown out my thoughts, keeping me awake. Yeah, I mean, stimulants, literally stimulants, help focus like ADHD brains. That's why we get prescribed Adderall or Ritalin or whatever. It's because they're stimulants. Caffeine, even sugar, are all stimulants. Freaking Fortnite. Video games, colorful things. And I think what it is it's the frontal lobe of our brain is like smaller or less active. And so stimulants help that part of the brain become active. I don't know about you, but I often think about like in the back of my mind, like if I'm trying to remember what time it is, this or that, it's floating in the back of my mind. Like literally, I'm not able to access the back of my mind because like the front of my mind is like understimulated. ADHD is no middle ground for the happy chemicals, meaning the act of doing it if we don't like it is just as painful mentally as the thought of dying. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be like that. It's hard. It's hard. But, you know, it's a solid point. You know, that Johnny was saying, like, it's hard, but at the same time, that's all we know. That's all we know. And learning to love those things about ourselves is important. With that said, we don't have to love the struggle. Your stimulant is playing with cats. Nice. I love that. That's self-care. If you dig deep enough, there's something that can be found from every one of us that can be given some weird acronym. Sure. That doesn't, of course, that's not to say that these acronyms like ADHD, ASD aren't valuable and meaningful and important to understand about ourselves. But yeah, right. I mean, I hear what you're saying, right? Like, nobody's normal. But there are people who are neurotypical. That is to say, they don't experience specifically developmental disorders like ADHD, ASD, etc. With that said, yeah, right, everybody has something going on. Playing Switch, nice. The cope response is, but if I die instead, I can't do this other thing I like instead. Yeah, yeah. You chilling, I appear, I tell you to drink, prolong the deep think. Yeah. And then even have acronym for so-called normal. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, who's they? It's coming off a little paranoid there. Alright. Funk. Animation finished. Now, I did want the animation behavior to be different depending on if it was one tower type or the other. But I'm curious if I just... What if I just don't? Will I hate that? Or will it be fine? Let me go back to the old tower script where I've got some of this stuff hanging around. So I had for the tack tower, it would do a fade out, and for the freeze tower, it would abort. So I'm probably gonna find there was a good reason why I did that, but out of morbid curiosity, let's see how it looks if I don't. And we make them both fade out. Tack tower, freeze tower, targets. Yeah, it looks fine. They are not stopping. They are not stopping at all. Not even a little bit. Okay. So, did this happen? We might need to put some other check up. I think sticking them in the for loop has some issues, but also I might even want to check to see if the array is empty. Might be quite valuable here. Oh, I mean, that function isn't even getting called. It is not even happening. Really? Oh, it calls with a string name. That's probably why it's not happening. So I don't particularly have a use for it. But I'm not sure. I don't know, it still might not work right. But at the very least, need it to call with something. I'm surprised I didn't get like a warning or an error about that. Somehow my warnings and errors have decreased. Okay, so that should be stopping, but it isn't. And it's still not running that, so that didn't help. That didn't help at all. Okay, all right, cool. Well, I trust that this is getting set up. Still kind of getting used to like the class inheritance approach. So there might be some little mistakes I'm making in setting this up. It is getting set up. It is getting set up. That is true. But here's the thing, Lise, is you do need to be specifying what tower it is anyway, if you think about it. It kind of doesn't make sense the way I've got this going. So if I were to pull this out and go to the freeze tower by itself specifically, drop it back in. Right, because that area towers script isn't on anything. That might be why it wasn't happening. So this is the freeze tower specifically. Let's see if it works now. No, it doesn't. All right, new approach, no problem. Let's try this differently. I don't know why that didn't work, but whatever. Let's say here in detected targets, if detected targets size is less than 0 or is less than or equal to 0, which it won't be less than, but then I want to say targets becomes true. And I actually would love to set this up. Yeah, but you kind of need to put it here. Variable, no more targets, Boolean, false. These should be false. If it's less than 0 or set to 0, no more targets becomes true. I wouldn't even do that. Run a function. Unanimate attack. In which case, well, we'll see. I don't know if I actually need that Boolean. I'm gonna not use it at first. Just out of curiosity. The less Booleans I have to litter my script with, the better. Oh, but we want a freeze tower. Nothing. Really? So the detected target size is not reaching 0? So then what is it? Print detected targets. Everything I'm doing is just resulting in nothing. Which is just so annoying. Oh good, something happened. But you kind of, well, here's the thing, Lise. It's not going to do an attack if there's nothing in there. So that's why that's never going to be true. I guess what I'm trying to avoid is adding in like some kind of process function. But I think I'm going to have to. I think I have to stop avoiding it. I think I just have to accept it. That we need to be checking. If you want to find out that there's nothing in the detection area, it needs to be constantly checking for that. Now technically the only place where I need it is on area towers. Let's do it on physics process. I don't think we have a physics process on the tower script, but you know, maybe we could still do. Is it okay to do super anyway, even if there isn't something to super? No. Okay. I just could see myself forgetting. And then if I add physics process to a tower, I'm gonna be upset. I guess probably the best way to deal with that for me is going to be like to say, don't add physics process without adjusting child physics process. This is where I would put it if I was gonna put it. I'd put it right there, or I'd put it right here. So that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, and then we're gonna say if detected targets size is set to 0, then print it's empty and run our animation function. Then I'm gonna come down a level. Make sure I got rid of that. I did not. Okay. Something happened. It's already printing that. That's not good. I know why it's already printing it. We need to say if not held. Or if... Oh, is it is held? If not is held and not mesh only. I think it's running on the mesh only, which is unnecessary. So hopefully this remains nothing. Good. Drop it. It's empty. This is when it would check it, because it's no longer held and it's not a mesh only. So I don't love that. I don't love that that's just running. Oh well, there's other things that are running too. It's not a big deal. Now let's see if it actually works. So what I'd like is that I'm gonna clear this down here. It's okay, so we do actually need to set a way to keep that target from getting refrozen by that tower. That was something I was hoping to not have to deal with, but I think we are. One of y'all in the chat the other day was telling me how you guys solved it. I'm sure we can figure something out. We need to set like a cooldown boolean on there or something. Okay, so it went empty for a sec there. Okay, good, it went empty. Now, even though it's empty, the animation is not stopping. So it is printing constantly that it is empty. But it is not actually stopping the animation. What if I make this a 2? Nothing. But it's not saying unanimated, Lise. Because you know what you're not doing? You're not running the function. You don't want to just print. You want to run unanimate attack. Okay, now try it. Okay, there. It stopped. Excellent. Whew. But we do have a problem, which is another problem that was just noticed, which is that the freezing is happening a little too much on the same target. Now, obviously, I'd want another tower. If there was 2 freeze towers right next to each other, I'd want to make sure that that target could get frozen by the other target, right? So I don't want to say, you can't get frozen again. I might want to say, you can't get frozen again by the same tower that you were frozen by. That would be fine. So actually on the target, I think there is some freezing logic. I'm not sure if it runs anymore. I mean, it must. It must be running. So we have the target frozen, and that runs on target frozen. And that just calls with the target. So instead, we can have a call with the target and the tower. And then have that target remember all of the towers that have frozen it. and make sure the same target can't be refrozen by that same tower. Although, is that even how it really works? Like, on one hand, I would kind of be okay with it being refrozen by the same tower. No, maybe not. It's just going to be easier if not. So let's create an array variable. In Bloons, the tower shoots so slow, this isn't a problem. See, I thought that was my tower. I thought my tower shot so slow it wasn't a problem. It never used to be a problem. But if that's the case, then that means, thank you for that information, because if that's the case, that means that for all intents and purposes, a tower should not be able to freeze something twice, the same tower, on the same target. So thank you. We'll say freeze tower history. And this will be an array. What are they? What are the towers? Node 3Ds. So when the target is frozen, if the target is set to self, we then want to make sure that tower or freeze tower history gets the tower appended to it. So we also want to say not only if target is set to self, but also if tower. The problem was they could never escape the freeze tower. They could ever. They do. They just. It's just like boop. Sometimes, doop, 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 and then eventually it goes away. But are you saying that indeed Bloons 1, it can get frozen multiple times by the same freeze tower? Because what I could do instead is have that array get purged after like a cooldown or something. So then the same tower could freeze the same target, but it wouldn't be able to do it as frequently. Bloons freeze towers work like that, letting them inch along. Oh, okay. I would test it, but I just have to play for so long to be able to unlock it. I could watch the VOD from when I played it. Also, okay. So then we'll purge the freeze tower history after a certain amount of time. We could even use... No, I don't think we could use this to advantage. It was just catching it. It was catching it too much for my comfort. It felt too effective. So it wasn't blocking it, but sometimes for the especially slow target, it would hold on to it way too well. If freeze tower history has tower. I'm gonna say if it doesn't have the tower, then do this. Where is the frozen timer at? I don't understand. Oh, it's on the targets. I see. Let's add another timer and call it timer freeze history. Okay, then funk on freeze history timeout. So we'll want to start that here as well. So if they can only be frozen for 3 seconds, we could give them a second. So whenever that happens, freeze tower history clear. Oh, I forgot to actually make it emit the tower name. Oh. Okay. I see. We're not actually doing it that way. So in that case, are we never emitting target frozen? Yeah, that's commented out. Great. Well, then let's disconnect that signal. I mean, sure, I might want it someday, but I don't think so. Can always add it back in. No sense in connecting what we're not using. Hey, Pawn, welcome. Thanks for being such an awesome member. Good to see you. What are we working on today? You amazing ball of awesomeness. Oh, that's amazing ball of awesomeness. I'm trying to finish this game. I got a lot of work to do. So I'm just trying to get all my towers set up, right? I guess mainly I'm working on setting up the animations on my freeze and tack towers. And I happened to catch that I felt that the freeze tower was a little too aggressive on the slower targets. Okay, that wasn't a second. That was definitely not 1 second. I think I forgot to make the timer do anything. Sure, the timer starts and ends. I think I did that wrong. And then I just decided I wanted to put a little cooldown between how frequently the same tower could freeze the same target. It's not the most necessary feature, but it's one I'd like to try to add. So yeah, just trying to finish the game is like the general thing I'm working on. Hope you're doing good, Pawn. And just go into whatever task I can. So it'd be nice just to print the freeze tower history for one. And then I'm also just gonna increase this time up to 10 seconds, which is ridiculous. Doing pretty good, let's go. Just to like see if like what isn't working exactly. Why did the animation stop working? Glad you're doing pretty good. I'm very confused. Okay, there the animation worked. It is seeing that it's in the array. However, and it is clearing out the array after 10 seconds. However, it doesn't seem to be... I think, Lee's, one thing to think about is you're not gating the frozenness here. You're just gating the timer, the frozen timer. That's the only thing you're blocking here. You're not actually blocking it being frozen. But also, why didn't that animation play? Like, that's weird. Well, let's just try to at least resolve this problem. So, back on the freeze tower, instead of making the target speed and frozenness happen there, we'll go back to putting this over here, or we'll start putting this over here. Set its speed to 0, make it frozen, and then start that stuff. That way it can actually skip becoming frozen. Technically, I wouldn't even want to animate the attack. If I really think about it, I probably want to put this on the target as well. Truth be told. You know? Hey Cheetahs, welcome. How you doing? So we could literally say that the tower only animates the attack after it's confirmed that it can't even freeze that thing. I wonder why the animation isn't working. It does seem to be working better though. It's only freezing them once, if at all. But somehow the animation became very broken. You were asleep yesterday. You set your comment on the sprite you used yesterday. What? What are you talking about? Are you talking about your game jam entry from last night? Hey 4086 Tech, what's up? I wonder if the animation is breaking, right? But I don't even know what you're saying about it. I don't understand. You saw my reply on the Discord, yeah? Are you saying something other than what we talked about on Discord? I don't understand. No. Okay. Yeah. The one on Discord. Oh, are you saying... I don't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I am eating. I am eating. It's true that I'm eating. I wouldn't call it a mukbang, although I do finish my food typically. For sure. So you're just talking about... About that? Yeah, so I mean... I know that's you. I got you. Yeah, so yesterday we did the final 1 hour game jam, and Cheetos Plays entered a game, and I thought, since Cheetos wasn't there to confirm, I wasn't sure if Cheetos made or didn't make the assets in the game that they submitted, because the assets were really good, but it turned out they did make it, and you let me know that. So there we go. And the assets, I mean, they're good. They're good. And Cheetos made them themselves, so you certainly deserve credit for that. Oh, maybe the link doesn't work. Game down. Okay. Well, I guess you have to take my word for it. There's the sprite. You can see it. Had some nice animations and stuff. You did good work. And I just wasn't sure because you weren't there. You shut it down. But I'm super impressed. You got good skills. Because, you know, you were someone who was coming through back in the Dreams days. When Dreams was like the thing we entered games on. And I'm really glad that you were able to find a way to make games outside of that. Let me see if I can find your game here. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hello everybody, welcome on in. So we can appreciate what you made. Here. There it is. So we got some nice, look at those animations. So Cheetos says that they made these assets themselves. And they're good assets. I'm guessing the character is the one you made yourself? What about the ghost, the blocks, the bottle, and the enemies? Or is did you make all of it? It's pretty cool. You made 100% like from scratch? You drew all that? Ghost is pre-made, but the enemy and the blocks. You're honest, I'm just trying to understand. Those blocks are good. Such nice highlighting. Really, really good quality on those. Yeah, nice work, Cheetos. Alright, so my animation is not working, and I don't particularly know why. It wasn't even working before either. I wonder if this one-shot thing is causing me issues. What if we just try getting rid of that again? Yeah, because when is that ever becoming false? I have no one-shot false. How does that even work? Why would that even work? What you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Cheetahs. What game? Why would I care what you do with your other game, buddy? Okay. Nice. It's better, but I feel like when the animation ends, I don't love the way it looks. The game like jam. I mean, there's nothing in the rules that says anything about it's not okay if your game is mobile friendly. So you can do, as long as it's playable in the browser. That's the main thing. Playable in the browser. It's tough. If you're going to use that same service, it's tough because I think it's okay, but you're not going to be able to technically embed it on your game page. Probably, maybe, unless there might be some way that service lets you do that. I have a feeling what they mean is wanting to use that service that has their own URL. There might be a way to get it embedded, but I guess what you should keep in mind, it's not gonna lead to a disqualification, but I think it's unlikely that your game is gonna get played that much if it's not embedded directly on the page. Just something to think about. It must be playable with a calculator from 1990s is the only requirement. That's kind of awesome. There's definitely jams like that though, for real. Okay, the animation looks better, but the unanimate kind of bothers me. I'm just gonna try the abort type. Whoa. I have a feeling I'm not gonna like the way that looks though. You posted Casio? Is that a calculator brand? It's a bit sudden, but something about it is a little better looking to me. Yeah, I think abort looks a lot better. I don't think abort is gonna look good on the other tower. Just think on how many different devices they've managed to make original Doom work. Yeah. Some things run on an ancient calculator on a smart refrigerator, but still not online. Welcome, Timeless. I'm so glad you got a membership. Cause it's, yeah, I mean, I guess that is a good point. Why people, I guess it's like exciting, like the challenge of putting it on a smart refrigerator. It's like wacky, it gets you clicks, right? You can put it up on social media and get a lot of attention for, look, I got this working on my freaking birth test, my pregnancy test. Look at that, right? And that's super like click worthy. Whereas on Linux, like, it's hard work and there's little payoff. So it kind of makes sense why it's not as commonly done. But it sucks from a fight the power kind of way. I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna just pass this and then go down to the freeze tower, because I just have a feeling, it's just a feeling, that I'm gonna want fade out for the tack tower, which is number 3. So let's go check that out. I haven't looked at the tack tower in a minute here. Do we have unanimate? Yeah, because it's running above it, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see how that's looking. Looks good. Now, something that could be nice is if it would, like, apply an effect to the frozen things. It's not super necessary. Oh gosh. The tack tower isn't animating again. Oh, I know why. Because I did that one-shot thing that I don't need to do. Well, it's different, isn't it? Because we have the attack animation coming from the target on the freeze, but not here. So it might behave differently. But I think this one-shot thing doesn't make any sense. I need to move on to other things. I really do. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. We gotta get these. We've given a lot of attention to the single shot towers. These deserve some love. I mean, it's functional. It's what functional is. It's not the best looking thing I've seen, especially when it like interrupts itself, because the way I have it set up is like this single animation that starts here, and when it attacks it does this, and then when it idles it goes back here. So that means if we're up here and we're spinning around, don't do that. What if you just don't do that, Lise? What if you have the attack just be it standing up and spinning, and then you fade into it? That's gonna make it look a lot better. It just means I have to go change that, which is effort. Well, hop to it. Oh yeah, I was meaning to fix this on the rocket. Okay, temporary detour. Real fast. Okay, that's not very symmetrical editing, but I understand that you think that it is. If I do a mirror, now will you have it on both? I know this isn't what I was doing, but this is something I meant to do, and I left it open so I would remember to come do it. But I'm not seeing this do what I want. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do it on 2 sides. So it's just kind of bothering me that that like sticks out a little bit. It's not that important, but I don't like it, so I'm fixing it. Better. Oops. Okay, now let's go fix the animation on the spinning top. So right now, that's the attack. It stands itself up. Wait, is this the right spinning top? That doesn't look like the right spinning top. Oh, I see. We changed the material on the version in Blender. Or the version in Godot. In Godot, I have like some extra material that makes it look like it is like holes, so that way, or like dots on there, so that way it looks like it's spinning, because if those aren't there, it doesn't look like it's spinning. But that's not in the Blender version. So indeed, I can't even tell that it's spinning around. I'm like kind of a little confused. Yeah, see there you can see it stand up and then spin. But here, it's like not even noticeable. But I actually am going to change this animation to only be spinning around. That pop-up, is that some new thing? Is that some Blender 4.4 thing where you're popping up a redo menu on top of my keyframe editor? Oh god, why would you do that? This is awful. Stop this. Okay, whatever. But wait, but how did we get the spin to work? I forgot. On the Z-axis. Let me put it back. So there the Z starts at 30 and it goes to 90. And then it ends on 390. So I guess I want to take this to 390. And then technically it's spinning, even though I can't tell that it's spinning. Well, I don't think you keyframed this at 30. Keyframe that. There we go. Now I can see it spinning. Set your main menu on DC. You sent your main menu? Oh, okay. I've never heard anyone call it DC. Nice. Animal tower defense. Dope. Did you make that art? No, that's fair. I'm just not used to it. That's a lot of extra letters. I don't blame you. You have such good drawing skills. Did you draw the font as well? Yeah, right. Maybe they're foxes. Maybe they're foxes. You made that font? I mean, this is good. You got some great drawing skills, Cheetos. I like how this one is like a little like albino. Oh god, are we gonna be attacking animals in this game? Also, full disclosure, and you may know this, you're like fine with that. But just to make sure, you do know that the jam ends tomorrow, right? You're like, fine, look, we've made 1 hour games, I'll make a 1 day game. But just to make sure, it is ending, just so you know, it is ending tomorrow. Your art teacher taught you lots of graffiti. Sounds like a cool art teacher. Yeah, it does look like graffiti style. It's good. It's really, really good. Nice work. Well done. It does kind of like slow down at the end. But it looks okay. I swear they like added in easing. How about no easing? Whatever. Let's save it. And see how that translates over here. Yeah, you're welcome. So we're definitely not gonna want abort. Let's see what this looks like. So that's just the attack now. Just kind of spins around like that. So in idle state, it's on its side. And then when we call the attack, it's gonna loop until it's done. It feels like it's lacking in like aggression or something. I feel like it could just be a little more attacky or something. So wait, if we did 30 to 390, do I add another 330 on top of that? So that would be... $710? Do I know basic math? Not quite. 720. Well, that didn't work. Oh, I didn't save it. 720. You gotta hit keyframe. Okay, now try it. Yeah, but now it doesn't like loop correctly. And it's really hard to see and tell. But it definitely doesn't seem to be looping. This kind of thing always confuses me. See, you can tell when it's starting over. It's not returning to the same spot. Dude, I gotta add like something in here. I cannot tell what is going on. Yeah, sure, a cone, who cares? There's something that gives me a point of reference. And set that to no import. Oh, it's not gonna animate that, is it? Okay, there we go. So it starts over there. Not quite. Not quite. $7.45 for some reason. Okay. Sure. Whatever you say. Okay, I should be able to just save it that way, since I set a no import flag. It's still a little skippy. I don't know if it's 7:45. It might be like 7:40 or something. I don't know. I'm sure there's some mathematical way to figure out what these numbers are supposed to be. I don't know what that way is, so I'm guessing. That ain't the same. Is it 750? That looks like it could be. Nice. Perfect. Okay. Just want it to look like it's going fast, and it stops where it starts. Beautiful. Okay, and a bit faster now, which is good. And I can get it to stand up, go back down. It does kind of do like a skippy thing when it's blending it in and out, unfortunately. And I think that's because this isn't resetting. If this went back to the start, I wonder if abort, no, that doesn't make it reset. I wonder if there's some way to tell it, break loop at end. What about that? No, that is not what we want. Auto restart, let's see if that does it. Oh, I think that did it. Nope. Whoa. Oh, that just means when it ends, it starts it again. No, 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 no. Don't do that. I don't even know if there's a way to tell it to do that. Maybe aside from through code. But I don't know how to make that go back to the beginning. But I think that would help. It might not. It actually might not help that much, if I'm being honest. I don't know that there is a fix for that, unfortunately. I think it just has to look a little skippy, which kind of sucks. Kind of hate that. Right there. It like starts to twist and then it like interrupts it very abruptly. Mix mode blend. I don't think we want add. I think that's not what we want. I don't think adding a curve is gonna help here. I think I'm just kind of stuck with it. You know, unless I just had it not stand up in the first place. Just out of morbid curiosity, what if I make the fade-in time longer? That's way too long, but I just want to know. Yeah, you can really see that skip when I do it that way. Very unpleasant. And if I make it smaller, it's gonna just stand up very fast, which actually looks a little better, even if it's a bit sudden. It totally masks any kind of skip. So maybe that's the way to go. The fade out's not bad. It kind of sometimes does a weird little, but at least it's not skipping. You know what? That looks good. Okay. Cool. So let me see what that looks like in here. I probably should have set the default to be fade out. Whoa. Wait, right, we do have it attacking by default. So that way, oh, well, wait, I think that's just because I actually kind of like that it's standing up by default because it makes it easier to like tell where it's going to be set down at. But that was just because I had that set as the default. It's a little ridiculous when it just happens so fast. You know, maybe I make that fade in a lot smaller. Maybe that somehow actually makes more sense. Man, that would be nice if we could have it stand up when we put it down. I don't love the like spinning. But you know what? I kind of liked it. In order to have it do that, I just have to make sure the fire is activated at the start and that never changes. And as long as I do that, it should always be standing straight up. The worst thing about that is then when you put it down, it's gonna clip through the track, but it does give you like a better sense of like where it's gonna go. So that almost comes down to like a design error on my part, like that I'm even having the top behave that way. Like maybe the top is just always standing straight up, you know? Because to me that looks kind of dookie. It's like on top of clipping through the track. That ain't pretty. I have a feeling I'm not gonna think this is a good idea, but I suppose I could try making it like no depth test. I'm pretty sure that's gonna look bad though. Oh yeah. Yeah, that looks really bad. Yeah, because it's just gonna mess up other things. Oh, that's the next pass. Okay, hold on. Yeah, it's still messing up things. But like if I'm placing a tower like this, yeah, I want it to be as close to the track as possible. Of course. And I'm probably gonna want to put most, like this corner is where I'm gonna want to put stuff like this. 100%. Like that's the first place I would put it. And if other players are gonna do the same thing, that means the first way they're gonna see it is clipping through, which isn't great. Yeah, man, maybe it just stands up all the time. I think maybe it just stands up. A part of me hates to do that. But I think it's gonna be for the best. So I'll tell you what, I'm even gonna come to the attack animation. And I'm just gonna grab the first keyframe, and that's just gonna be idle. Oh, I can't paste it. Okay. Here, just set it to the attack pose, and then keyframe down. Its rotation like that. Now idle is it standing up straight. Save it. I really like the idea of it standing up and being spun. I just think the execution, or I just think that in context, it's not good. Is it okay if there's only 2 levels? What do you mean by 2 levels? Because technically, there's only 1 level in, Have you played the theme game? The theme game only has 1 level. However, there are 50 waves in that level. You know what I mean? So are you saying levels, or are you saying waves? Which do you mean? Yeah, 50. I mean, that's, you don't have to. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever. Here. First of all, you can do whatever you want. You've read the rules, right? Tell me you've read the rules. So in the rules, you can make improvements and changes. That's totally okay. Totally fine. It can be really anything you want. The idea is that you're just taking inspiration from the theme game. That's the most important thing. I'm glad you're asking. I'm not trying to shame you for asking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. But I just want you to know it's okay to do your own unique twist. That's all. Totally okay. Completely fine. Yeah, you can copy it from the wiki. Yeah, so you can copy it from the wiki. I've literally provided you a resource in the community tab here that lists. There's a spreadsheet. If you go to the jam page and you click community right here, and you go to the Bloons TD resources, click on the spreadsheet, Open this up, it'll tell you what each wave has. Now, at least for me, the way that I handled this was I just took all these values, I gave them to ChatGPT, and I said, fill out a dictionary that contains all this data. And then I took that dictionary and I pulled from that for every wave. But I think Cheetos might be using an editor that doesn't make that possible or easy. I think that it's possible that Julian's toolset, or that Cheetos toolset, Julian's editor, might be like visual scripting or require manual entry. There's no like automated way to set up all 50. But here's the other thing. The shorter you make it, the more likely I am to complete your game on stream. So for the showcase stream, you'll be able to just have your game played and finished like that. So that's definitely an advantage to making it shorter. Because I think for most of the games that we play on Friday, I'm not going to be able to finish them on stream. But it's totally okay. As long as you're not using like copyrighted music, you're not ripping stuff from the main game, and it's safe for work, and it's embedded in the browser, you should be good. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, right. There's only being a few isn't bad. Are these two fairly designed, quality over quantity? Yeah, totally. Definitely okay. Thanks guys for chiming in. Sometimes I'm like, what do you mean by levels? I don't understand. What do you mean is it okay? Of course it's okay. Do your own thing. You are encouraged to be creative. Alright, so I don't need it to be set to animating by default. Did we save the new animation? Rules clarification. Can I use the phrase tower defense in my title? That's a good question. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's tough because Bloons themselves, like originally, the game was called Bloons Tower Defense. Bloons Tower Defense 1, Bloons Tower Defense 2. By like the third game, yeah, exactly. They renamed it to Bloons TD because something else had the copyright to tower defense. But I mean, you know, if we go to Steam, okay, and we just search games and we type in tower defense, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that that's not true anymore. I think that was probably relevant back when Bloons TD-like came out. But I think now that's just like tower defense has become so ubiquitous that it's not something that anyone actually sues for. And at this point, TD is probably just part of the Bloons brand, and maybe they like it and they just keep it. Or because of, who knows, because of the ruling, they have to keep up the TD thing for some reason. But, or whatever, however that shook out. I don't know if it was a ruling, I don't know. But at the end of the day, just take a look at Steam. Look at all these games with tower defense in the title. Whereas, you know, if you come in here and you look at Bloons, okay, now you're only gonna actually see Ninja Kiwi things, right? So I think that's a good, like, test to figure out, like, if it's okay to put it in your title, is, do other games put that in their title and get away with it? It's finally time to move to another project. Slightly emotional moment to publish the last versions of the game for the champ. Well done, Sable. And you were live streaming the work as you go. I love it. You sent in your game? You just made your game in like 5 minutes. Oh, man. All right. Wow. It was ubiquitous before those goons made them change it to TD. Probably. Right. So then maybe it was... Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Maybe by then... Maybe they just wanted a piece of it, you know? They were like, dude, this is taking off. Give us money. But yes, to answer your question, tower defense is fine. Just keep it unballoonsy. You couldn't bother to fix the particle things? Alright. It's really easy to fix, but you know what? I respect that. It's a good thing to know for future projects because in general, because it's just like a Godot thing. And it's gonna keep coming up. But like literally the way that I fixed it for my other game, like you can't tell unless I were to pull it up. I'll show you. It took me, but nice. Good job, Sable. It took me 24 days to draw all characters. Basically half of the jam. And 4 for the levels. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I had no idea. Cheetos, I'm so sorry. I feel like though sometimes I'm very confused by the way you communicate, which is surprising because I would think I'm used to a lot of different types of communication these days, but it's always something new. Yes, we are talking about that dungeon. Dungeon is back. Okay, so to avoid again besmirching Cheetos' name, Cheetos did not spend 5 minutes. You've been working on it. Okay, I didn't know. It's so hard to tell. Good work, Cheetos. The old Flash games before BTD3, even then, were referenced often by just the term Bloons. It's probably a web thing. I didn't have the problem testing on desktop. It is a web thing. Although, it'll happen on desktop too. In my experience. It'll happen in both. But, it's significantly more pronounced on web. If you delete the shader cache locally, you'll get that buffer locally. What does that mean? I don't understand that. It sounds like a good tip, though. You did experience that problem the first time you used a material. That's right. But now it's been cached on your machine. Right. If you delete the shader cache locally, you'll get that buffer locally. My shaders are very simple. I've tested, not tested, I would test it on web. Test it on web. What is the next game like jam thing? I don't know yet. Got ideas? I am thinking, I will say this. I'm looking at games from the 90s in the shareware, freeware space. The first one, I was focusing on 80s arcade games. In the second one, I was looking at 2000s Flash games. For the third one, I'm looking at 90s shareware / freeware. Just, you know, it's nice to have like this theme to help limit myself because there's so many games. There's like a lot of games, even small games that are good for the jam. So I have to put some kind of limit. We're not even done with this one. I'm not. So the way I handle this, and it's not a big brain way to handle it, but it's an effective way to handle it, in my experience. I'm going to show you how I did this. Yeah, I figured. I don't really want to pull up a video, but the 20-minute video. Oh yeah, I've seen this video. I forgot it though. I bet there's a good thing in that 20 minutes somewhere. I bet there is. Okay, I'm not sure how well this is gonna work. Hopefully files haven't moved or changed. So this was my last Game Like Jam entry. Eventually. It's apparently re-importing all of the assets, so that's fun. Alright, I'll just wait. You know what? It's no big deal. Alright, it's gonna take a while. I didn't do the most optimal assets. Oh, there's no more idle animation? Why would you do that? What is this legacy slot? What the hell does that mean? Stop that? I'm actually not sure what's going on here. Can we try this again? Keyframe rotation. What is legacy slot? I don't know what that means. Okay, did it load? Okay, here we go. So first of all, let me see if this even works. Oh. Over here. Okay, it does work. Great. So in the game, there are various particle effects, like the blood when you get eaten that splatter all over the place. And also when you get electrocuted by the electric pole. So the way that I stop that lag from happening, particularly on web, if I hide the main menu, and it's super jank, but it freaking works. I gotta find the main menu. There it is. Okay, so if I hide the main menu, let me run this. Hopefully you'll see. Oh. There we go. There they are. And they literally are running behind the main menu in the camera frustum right at the beginning. So those are the exact same particle effects, the blood and the lightning bolts. they just run right at the beginning. That way they're loaded into the cache and or something or whatever, and it doesn't have to load them again, because that's what causes the error. That's why when you're, or the lag, that's why when it happens the first time, you'll get the lag spike, but the second time, you won't get the lag spike. So literally behind the main menu, I just have those running, and that loads it in. And then the first time it happens in the game, we don't have an issue. So the only lag occurs while the game is loading. So it's just like a slightly longer loading time, which, if you ask me, is when things should take more time, is when things are loading. So I just have this like preload thing here. And then the script that's on it. So we've got the blood particle effect and the electricity particle effect. I also have another material that is a little more difficult for it to load quickly. And then just in the ready function, it just emits it and emits it. And then it deletes them when the game starts. Now there's probably other ways I could do this, maybe better ways. But that's what I was trying to explain, Sable, was that. And look, I'm not saying this is an ideal way at all. I'm in fact telling you that it is not ideal. But it is effective. And I believe it's good to know in general. About Godot. It's hacky, but Godot doesn't have that much better of a solution right now. That's very affirming. Right? Like, you have to hack it together somehow. Okay, so why is it not finding this animation? It's really starting to irritate me. You did a similar thing in your game. Put some really suspect code in a ready function and hid it behind a screen saying loading. Sometimes it be like that. Oh, Lise, I think you have to end it. I don't think you can just start it. I think you have to put actual stuff in there. Otherwise it will be nothing. Maybe that's the problem. If there's not enough keyframes, it won't actually import as an animation. You could compile the shaders on your machine and make the client download them when they open the game. Oh, that's interesting. But we typically don't have enough materials that we would even need to consider that. Right, if it was like a really big project. That's really interesting. That's a super interesting idea. Okay, we've got idle and it's looping. Let's go. Okay. The problem, by the way, was that I didn't end the loop by just having that, these starting ones. Godot didn't actually import it. Although I think you can go into import settings and tell it to import that. We might as well just give it what it wants. Okay, so now it stands up tall, no more leaning over, and it just starts spinning, which to me looks a lot less interesting, but at least it doesn't look buggy, so I'll take it. It's what big AAA games do the first time you load them now. Wait, even like local single player, not multiplayer games? Or you mean like AAA browser games? It's becoming more popular to recompile the shaders at the start of the game. Or just in general. 3-minute loading times are back. I'm okay. 3 minutes? Okay, wait, I'm not okay with 3 minutes. That's too long. Apex Legends or GTA 5 will make you compile shaders. while. I don't play any AAA games. Sometimes I play like AA games, but I haven't played a proper AAA game in a long time. I mean, I play like Skyrim, right? But that's old. So it's not a let me rephrase that. I don't play modern AAA games. At least not lately. So I'm glad I have you to tell me. Although, at the same time, I don't ever plan on operating on that level of game development. But I guess it's interesting to hear what they're up to. You don't play any big titles? I think Outer Worlds is probably the only big game that I'm gonna be playing anytime soon. Doom Medieval is tempting, but I probably won't play it. But it is very tempting. All right, let me make a commit. Area tower animations improved. If you were to work at that level, you'd have someone who designed the materials and someone who builds the texture loader and etc. Yeah, exactly. You'd have a team for each. Probably multiple people per role. Yeah, I don't think I could be less interested in such a pursuit. You know, at the end of the day, I identify as a hobbyist dev who considers learning how to sell games part of the hobby. Which is kind of weird, but I mean, I think it's different than saying that like I'm trying to be a pro indie dev, you know? Like I'm not starting a business in the sense that I'm putting all my savings into this. I've got a grant and I have to deliver or I'm not gonna put food on the table kind of game dev, you know? The more I learn about computers, the more I am surprised they work at all. It's funny. And scary. Actually a little scary. Alright, let's make some sparks come out of this thing. Because right now it just spins around and it's like, what's it doing? What's going on here? We tricked rocks into thinking with lightning. That's awesome. Now this particle effect, I'm gonna also hide behind a menu. Oh, I haven't even made a main menu. I also waited till the last second on my Frogger like to make a main menu. So I'll probably do the same thing. Here. It's okay. But let's get our sparks in. So I guess I'll keep that here with this. Give me that GPU particles. And then let's set these particles up. Do I remember how to set these up? Probably. Pass one. I kind of want them to be like really simple. Like maybe we could get just like a plain mesh and have like an image on there that looks like a spark. And then there's just a few of those that fly around or something. Now I'm guessing they've done some updates to particles since I last used it. Okay, this looks more like I expected. Looks good. Okay, but no. Yeah, there's been some changes since I really used these. Just a bit. Not much, but enough that I have to remind myself how this works. I don't think that's what you want. I think you want to go to direction. Hey, what's up, Rorik? Welcome. Thanks for supporting the channel. You're a real one for that. Your game only has one level, scope had 9. Sounds like a... Oh, and you're talking about waves? We were just talking about that. Someone said levels, and I was like, why is there levels? There's one level with multiple waves. But maybe you mean there's only one wave. It sounds like you made a good choice if you needed to not do it. You're going for less like the original? Okay. Good choice. Oh wait, I thought this... Oh, but you don't have any velocity on it. That's the thing. You gotta give it some velocity. Right? How the hell do you do this? I forgot how this works. I don't do this very often. I do this like once in a while. So by the time I come back, I forget. Well, I still don't know what you mean by levels, but I'm glad you're getting progress. I just don't know. I don't know. Like, in Bloons TD-1, in my mind, there's one level. Like in the future Bloons, you've got a level where maybe the balloons go down in a hole and they come back up. You've got a level in space. You've got a level in the water. You've got a level with the dirt path. You've got a level with the stone path. You got a level in the city. You got a level in the village. And then there's rounds or waves that happen in each level. Okay, alright, I see. Understood. It's a secret. You got a, okay. I got you. You're doing one of them creative twists. How the hell do you use this? Oh, initial velocity. That seems important. In Bloons TD-like, you have 57 maps, 15 difficulties. Nice. That's a lot. That's budget right there. Looks like a printer gone rogue. $855 levels, not to mention bosses. It's crazy. It's a file sorting machine. No! Quick! Stop! Shoot! Dang it! Oh. That was me trying to organize the papers. Or playing a high keyboard. Okay. So that seems like more than I need. I don't think we need that many sparks. I don't particularly want them going every which way. really only need them going this way. I don't need them going that way or that way. Flatness. Okay, that makes sense. Now, I don't even know if I need angular velocity. Well, you just might... What if I make this a child of the top mesh? Will it spin with it? Now, obviously, it's going to be emitting constantly, which is not what I want. But I want to see if this will spin with it when it attacks. Nice. I feel like the speed could be a little better there. A little faster. Somehow. Maybe more velocity. Initial velocity. And less lifetime. It's just kind of supposed to look like sparks flying out. It's raring to go. It looks like a glitch. It looks accidental. I feel like the problem with making it spin with it is it doesn't have like the physics to it. Whereas if I were to set up the spinning in the particle effect itself, it might just look a little more like a trajectory, an actual spinning trajectory. So I think I won't put it in there. And instead, I'll set up like an angular velocity or something. Something like that. Not exactly sure. Animated velocity, angular velocity? What do you think about that? Nope. Doesn't think anything about that. Okay. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. Maybe acceleration? Radial acceleration? Nope. I have no idea. I don't know how to make it go around. What about this radial velocity? Oh. Okay, 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 okay. We got some spinning. So animated radial velocity. What about orbital velocity? What is that like? Not much. I wonder if this in combination with the accelerations makes some kind of good difference. It looks pretty bad. Looks pretty terrible. What about this directional velocity? What is that like? Can we lower the chaos level a bit? I mean, it sure looks like it's shooting 2 at once. Okay, that helps. It's shooting them a little further than I could want. Yeah, I had to ask the other chat. Basically, I couldn't like understand what you were saying, so I just like asked the other chat, "Is this critique correct about the code?" And I put down the original code, and I put down your message, and then it was like, "Yes, yes, that critique is correct. It does seem valid." And it made sense. I understood that I was wanting to wait to set it until after. So yeah, and we gave you proper credit. So yeah, thanks for catching that. It's like, it just punctuates like a new layer of programming skill that I need to unlock, which is not just like being okay with something working, because sure, I could make something work, but it doesn't mean that it works the best that it could or the most correctly, because sometimes it's hard to tell. Like, well, that looks like it's working, but is it really working in all the ways that I want? So I definitely got some learning to do to figure that out. Okay, we didn't want to add accelerations. What seemed to help the most was the radial velocity. But if you make it too high... What are you doing? Break, return, and continue are similar, but different enough that it's a bit confusing. Super useful, though. Yeah. Yeah, I'd never used continue in my life. In my entire life. I don't even know that I understand it right now. Like, I guess it's saying that it will break the loop and move on to the next code if the condition is met. It won't keep running the loop. If this condition, proceed with the loop and skip the rest of the code. What? That's the opposite of what I thought. I'm so wrong. You know, I'm still confused. Break ends the loop altogether. Oh, I see. I see, so it won't move on. It's so confusing, because continue sounds like continue, but it's actually, it's a terrible word. Why not call it restart or pick up where left off? Skip. What if it's like skip? Anyway, in this example, you are looping through to find enemies, but it finds an invalid one. If it finds an invalid one, it'll skip it and continue the loop. That makes sense. I think let me make sure I actually put it that way. was that? Oh, that was on the Super Soldier. Yeah. Yeah, I am. I'm not always gonna stream this much, but with the pressure of this game jam ending and me having so much work left to do, I felt like I had no choice. So here I am. Welcome, Raf. And then so if this was break, how would that be different? Like break would mean just stop doing the for loop at all, whereas continue says don't do this, do that again. Break would say don't even do this anymore, we're done here. And then return says, wait, what's the difference between continue and return? Because return would take us back up here, right? I guess I would just check the if condition again over and over and over and over, and it wouldn't even go to the for? Or would return also come back to the for? Break would leave you with the current closest target before it found the invalid enemy. Return ends the function. What do you mean? The function at the top? If you wanted to avoid continue, you could combine the if statements. I don't want to avoid continue. I'm just trying to learn here. Continue goes to the next item. Break says, enough, stop the loop. Right. That's what I thought. But return says, this is the end of the entire function. Wow. So the loop keeps it, or the continue keeps this for loop going. Break will just skip all this and it'll continue down to this stuff. And return will just forget everything. Everything will not happen anymore until the next time the function is called. It's confusing. That's some memorization stuff right there. Excuse my spoon tooth collision. I didn't enjoy that either. What was I doing before we talked? Oh yeah. Ugh. Figuring out this crap. Okay. Your functions are looking for return void. Right. If I was looking for return integer, then it would be like, hey, there's no integer here. Right. I see. Gotcha. I mean, in that case, I think I actually have it in a place that's incorrect. Potentially. Maybe. Maybe here. Do attack. Well, in this case, I think it works out. No, I think this is incorrect. So this is the tack tower. And what this is doing is this is making sure that detected targets doesn't have a target under level 0. And if it does have a target under level 0, I would want it to skip applying damage to that. So I guess I should really rewrite this one. I guess I should do the same thing, shouldn't I? Like that? Wow. I've definitely been using return in my for loops because I thought that scope was going to be within the for loop. But I see now that the scope is within the function. Oh, you're right. That makes sense. I am streaming 4 days straight. That's true. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I know. You're not a fan of this style of control flow? Alright. That's fair. Multiple ways to do things. So this is going to function a lot better then. We've been missing targets that we didn't need to be missing. Now it's not really going to be noticeable unless I have overlapping towers. But in theory, it would have been happening. Yeah, this feels pretty intuitive to me. But I guess Cam's talking about doing something else? I don't know. Something. But yeah, I don't want to stream that often for a lot of reasons. But the only way I'm gonna work on this game is if I'm live streaming. So, I got to. Now what I really want is for it to be shooting all around it in a spinning fashion. And I just gotta figure out what it wants me to do for that to happen. What is directed points? Particles will be emitted at a position determined by sampling a random point on the emission point texture. Random? Particle velocity and rotation will be set based on emission normal texture. What? Particle color will be modulated by emission color texture. That sounds like a lot of setup. Point. All particles will be emitted from a single point. Yeah, but if I do like the sphere or sphere surface, they're just gonna come out of random spots again. It's not gonna necessarily... Because I don't mind it coming from a single point. I just want it to kind of like shoot out in different directions from that point. Travi has finally joined us today. Welcome, Travi. Particles rotate around the y-axis by angle min. Whoa, no. I don't want that. That's cool though, but that's not what I want. That's making them spin on their own axis. I would like the point to act as the axis, ideally. Yeah, so it was like, by setting the rotate Y, they all get their own axes. That gets rotated around. Which I actually specifically don't want. Sometimes I really do want that. This is not that situation. Is angle not it without Yeah, does it do nothing without that? I don't know what it does without it. Not a clue. Couldn't tell you. I think it might be useless without it. I think there's a good chance. I still don't really know that I understand the difference between animated velocity and accelerations. I find it all rather mysterious. So I guess I'm just gonna be here guessing, dragging things until it looks correct. I suppose I could try to do some research, but you know, I don't know. Sometimes tutorials can be a little outdated. Okay, so we're going around, but it looks like crap. Why are you like this? It almost looks right, but because it's velocity, it's making it go faster and faster and faster and faster, instead of just being like a little bit. I find these settings to be highly mysterious. Okay, so what if we try radial acceleration? Dunno. Okay, what's tangential acceleration? Whoa, ooh. That's almost intriguing. Honestly, that combined with it being... I might actually be okay with this. Like if I drop this into the actual spinning top, I think we can even emulate it or simulate it. Great, you're gonna have that big old box. Get it out of here. Okay. So I've got this now spinning around by being a child of the top, and then I'm adding this tangential acceleration so that it like actually kind of looks like it's spinning. I'm just gonna make it fewer just so it's a little easier for me to tell what's going on here. This is much more like what I want. Although it feels like there's quite a bit of randomness, which is probably this range that you have set up. So if you do it like that, it should always... Whoa. But it's always ending up in the same spot. Kinda. No, it's going around. Nice. Okay, now bring the lifetime down. It's a bit chaotic, isn't it? Yeah, maybe I want some explosiveness. I mean, at that point, you could even just do one at a time. Maybe a few at a time, with some more spread. We're getting there, little by little. Also, the spread, now it doesn't really look like it's spinning around. It does, but it kind of loses that a bit. I'm gonna bring that velocity down because it doesn't really need to go all that far. It's not bad. It feels like it needs more though. I don't like how few there are. I mean, I guess I could duplicate it. Yeah, but then it just... That's okay. But we didn't need to duplicate that. I think if we bring down the explosiveness, then you'll have multiple coming out at once. You know, just kind of like muddies the effect a little bit to me. But, you know, I think it does kind of look like they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then, of course, I'd only want that to happen when it's attacking. But I have to code that. So for now, let's just see it all the time. Maybe, yes. Perhaps. If you wouldn't mind, I'd love that. It kind of looks like it. All right, let's try to code that in so that way it only happens, because I almost feel like the effect is benefiting from the fact that we can see it ahead of time. And I don't necessarily want to give it that benefit. So by default, I do not want this to be emitting. And we'll say that we want to actually go to the tac tower script, which we're on. And when we begin animate attack, we're going to want to access that particles node. I don't know if on-readying it is the best idea. It might be. It might be fine. Particles emitting true. And particles emitting false. See if that works. Nice. Yeah, it's all right. It's something. There's something about like the angle of them that doesn't like always look right, but you know, maybe I do want them to rotate around the y-axis a little bit. Not like that. Well, because now, yeah, so I think that's true, Dungeon. I think the angle doesn't work without it, because when I turn this off, you can see they're kind of like rotating around. When I turn it on, they're just like literally staying in place. And my angle is set to 0. But as I start to adjust this, now they start to flip around. Which is kind of weird, you know, you'd think maybe they would show angle as being like grayed out or something if that isn't checked. It's like a weird way to organize it. I think that's generally how I feel about the particle effect settings. They're weirdly organized. But see, if I drag this block out, they're gonna like randomly spin around. But I guess this way I can set exactly the angle that I want them to have. But I don't know that I want them to have exactly a specific angle. I guess it was better the way that it was. Because that's going to give you a relative angle, or an angle relative to where it's emitted from. Which, I guess the reason why it looks weird is because since it's a child of the mesh, which is spinning around, it doesn't adapt its rotation based on that. It's only changing its rotation based on the particle emission. So by having it spinning around there, it's not going to, you know, vary the way that it animates, which is going to make it look a little stiff rotating around. Which I probably just have to be okay with. Unless I could figure out some way to simulate that. like maybe angular velocity, but at that point I might also need to set up this angle. Whoa. Yeah, that seems to be affecting it. Oh. That actually kind of looks good. I think that looks better. A little more like the spinning is actually changing the way that they move. What if I go maximum? That's a bit too much spinning. It's always like this with particle effects, just like this fine-tuning of all these little settings. Assuming I can even figure out what the settings do. But it's cool, it's still a nice feature. Just a little hard to decode sometimes. Let me try 4 instead of 3. It's starting to get a little chaotic. And I wish it was really much more circular. Honestly, a part of me thinks, what if I don't use a particle effect? Like, what if I just have like a semi-transparent mesh around the edge that spins? I feel like on some level that might actually look better, because it just guarantees that it's going to be like in contact, basically like the same thing that's around the freeze tower, except instead of growing from the center, it would just be like obviously spinning around, you know, some like lines drawn in it or something. I kind of think that's gonna look better. Alright, so instead of growing out, it would be like that ring, except it would spin around. I think that's gonna look better. You know, I hate to abandon all this faffing around with this, but I'll at least save the resource. And if I change my mind, I can come back to it. But I kind of just don't like it. Alright, hold on a second. I'll be back 2-3 minutes. Enjoy the music. If you're co-working with me, stretch your legs, get a snack, hit that like button. It's kind of like a typhoon. It's kind of like a typhoon, Mr. Gabisson. It's kind of like a typhoon. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back real quick. Real quick. Hit that like button while I'm gone. It's helpful. I mean, you might as well. If you're just gonna be hanging out, you might as well hit the like button. Like, I want to be right back, but it still doesn't mean that it isn't worth hitting the like button. Like, that's mostly my opinion, but I think it's still right. Also, can't say I'm feeling the way this top is spinning. I want to see this top spin a little better. It just ain't what I have in mind. Little by little, we'll get there. I took my time. I did take my time. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't like it. I just don't like it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw it in the garbage, put it in the trash. And let's try something different. Let's try something a little different. I can't believe it's laying back down again. We talked about this. How does it even know to do that? I don't know. How many emojis can you spam? Find out. Find out. Let me make sure I have live chat on, because YouTube might cut you out. Yeah. It's okay, Gabisson. I know what you meant. You good. You alright. Really, as many as it'll allow you to put into the box. Default emojis, you can put a lot more in there. And then for the fancier YouTube emojis, you're more limited. It can... Actually, it will. No, it'll show. It'll show if I'm gone. The main thing is... Wait, it broke it? I can't even remember. I didn't know that it broke it. But you should be able to just go ham. That should be fine. That's a member feature, by the way. If you're a member of this channel, you get access to the emoji wall on the screen. And... Oh, I forgot about that. Okay, I do remember that now. That might have been something else. That might have, I don't know if that was because of what you guys were doing. I think I might have been like, basically if I unfocus the chat on my other computer, it might stop pushing messages through. And then I have to refocus it for all the messages to appear again. So it's possible that when we were trying to get the emoji wall to work correctly, I was clicking away from it and didn't click back. That would be my guess, but it's hard to remember. That was rough. I hated that. And that's the thing, like when I notice that it's quiet, like that's fine. I'll be like, all right, let's keep going. I'll just keep doing my thing. But sometimes I should make sure, wait, is it quiet because something's wrong? So I don't know that I want to use a shader for this. I mean, I could, but I don't really know how. I mean, I could figure it out, but like, that sounds boring. So I think what I'll do instead is make an image. It's like being a parent. It's quiet, too quiet. Wow. I wouldn't know. Not only am I not a parent, I don't even know if I know anything about what parents experience. I don't think I have a clue. Sometimes we have folks who come through here who've got kids and they talk about it. I know a lot of you guys have kids, but only sometimes does anyone actually teach me about what it's like to have children. I don't think I'm capable of raising kids. It would be cool, but some days I can barely take care of myself, let alone children. I did see on some website, random number error, line 601, value not specified, people who are viewing this product. What is that? What have you typed? You're the same. Like, I would love to have kids. I would. It's kind of like, well, I'll wait until I see when I like have like a near flawless routine for caring for myself. Then I'll look into it. Until then, not gonna happen. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get, well, oh, what if we do a bunch of curved lines? Like a typhoon. You can do curved lines, right? Yes, you can. Now I just gotta make it look good. They're a bit thin. Maybe do like one, well, it's a bit sloppity, I know. I know it. Now it's just the OpenAI logo. It's kind of fun though. Well, I don't know that I particularly want to adjust it much. No, yeah, adjust it. Because then I just gotta do each one. It's not like they're linked to each other or anything, but it'll give it some variety. Life's great spice and all that. Actually, you should use that square there. That snap point could be helpful. And then just make it longer, or size it up if you want. I almost wonder if it wouldn't be wise to, like, yeah, put something in the center so I just have, I can get rid of it later. Oh, you could even make it, well, I'll leave it. But in theory, I would get rid of that. Well, you want to think about, like, what is the size? I mean, it kind of doesn't matter. Whoa! I can snap them. Okay, that's kind of awesome, actually. Is that? No, you want like this. Wow. Glue the spaghetti to the meatball. Exactly. I guess it is like a ninja star. Let me give it an outer border. And then can I size that one too? Wow. This is some big brain strategy right now. Put it underneath though, so it's easier to manipulate. And now it's giving fan. That's freaking cool. Wow. Wow. There's something kind of weird about it though. Like, why is this one so much shorter? I guess I could appreciate the irregularity a bit. But how is that actually gonna look spinning around? Oh jeez. The music's lagging. Apparently connecting all these points is no simple operation. Hypnotoad. It's a little sloppy, but maybe that gives it some personality. Let's see, can I make this like invisible now? That way you can see what it looks like. And then, you know, I might want to add some like color or something to it, of course, but... Whoa, what you doing? I think you did not snap this on here correctly. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's alright. I don't think we can make like the points different. Make the line transparent during rotate gradually. Yeah, I think them being a little transparent will be good. All hail his noodly appendages. So I could even make like the endpoints vanish a bit, maybe. To me, it should be like a little like orange or something. I should probably pull from my color palette though. Maybe give me a red too to work with. Because it's supposed to be kind of like sparks or something. I wonder even if we could like add more. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh hell yeah, that looks awesome. Alright, let me see where that gets us. Spinning top, sparks 1. Guess we'll say textures. Drop it in. Godot will import it for me. Then we just gotta actually stick it on there. So I'm gonna add mesh as a child, make it a plane. Bring it up to the center. Make it considerably larger. I wonder if I would rather do a quad mesh. I'm still not really sure what the difference between a quad mesh and a plane is. Class representing a square mesh facing the camera. Class representing a planar. I'll get it. Quad mesh versus plane mesh. Quad mesh is designed for use of the billboard of materials and particle effects. Plane mesh is more versatile and can be used for various purposes. I don't really have various purposes that I need here. English only, please, Gibson. English only, because I don't. You could be saying something that I don't know what it is. Can't moderate it, you know. So I guess I kind of want a quad mesh, technically. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, don't make that a quad mesh. Quantum plane meshes used to be different internally, but they are isomorphic now. What does isomorphic mean? It's funny, I was just like, I don't like words, I don't know what they mean. But it's different. I can deduce that this means something not against the rules. Here's a difference, a new big word. Two structures that have the same underlying form or structure. They're essentially the same. Interesting. Alright, well, I'm gonna drag the spinning texture on here. Yeah, because like whenever you get like spatial shaders that operate on a flat surface, they always say put on a quad mesh, put it on a quad, put it on a quad, put it on a quad. So is it just habit at this point that people say that, or is, you know, is there some reason why that's better to suggest? Well, it looks kind of cool though. Why does that look so cool? Obviously they wouldn't show up while it's not spinning. We'd only want it to show up while it's spinning. It looks like blades. I kind of feel like it needs to be further away. Well, I mean, here's the other thing to think about. You have like your radius, right? Dude, as a matter of fact, I think we should put it on a sphere. Because then it's a Beyblade. It is. I know, I was thinking about that. Like, that's essentially what I did. But the reason why I didn't want to make it that is because, like, I don't know. It's like a copyright thing. But essentially, yes. Effectively, that's what we're doing. Yeah, you're right, Gibison. It might be better with less lines. Because you're only gonna see it while it's spinning anyway. Legally distinct battle tops. Because like with all of the extra lines, it like makes sense if it's not moving. But when it's moving, it's a bit much. I just don't know what it means, man. It's probably fine. I kind of see, I'm looking it up now. It's like hurricane. It's like the word hurricane. I see. All right, I gotcha. But obviously, like, I can't always check. Like, I can't always look everything up. But I see, it's just the word hurricane. I gotcha. Okay. Remember what we were calling it. That. This works too. That's right, timeless. Timeless. Authoritative timeless. So one thing I am curious about though, because if I set it to the visible radius, I could actually have the size of it change. So if I code it similarly, so if we say spin sparks or whatever, I could do it here too. Let me see, what is the visible radius for this tower exactly? Radius 1. Oh, dude, I haven't set up tower upgrades. I need to do that now. I gotta do that really soon. 4.85. And then it's gonna upgrade to one of these. I don't remember which one. I did make a guide, which is a community resource if you are jamming along with me. I did add it in here, the range size chart. So it's times 1.13, 4.85 times that. $5.48. There it is, 5.5. Raise me to yeah. And so already, like when you place a tower down, it figures out the range mathematically, and it bases it on these. And so it would be nice if the size of the attack spinning around also got bigger or smaller depending on what the range of it was. And so somewhere in here, right here, we set the radius at the beginning, and if there is an upgrade that occurs, we set the visible radius to what the radius is supposed to be. And so what I could just do is add in, if I make that accessible as a unique name, I still gotta set it up, but I could just say spin sparks mesh radius equals radius. Hey Mervkins, I'm seriously jam ratting. I'm jam ratting so hard right now. But I don't think that's gonna one-to-one translate. It might for the X and Y. That's kind of what I wanted to test it. So if we look at this 4.85, that would be the default radius. If I come to spin sparks, yeah, it's not. I mean, actually, it might be double. So if we say, I don't know, 4.85 is double. 4.85 times 2. Thanks, Murphy. Yeah, I'm trying to add this attack on here. 9.7. Let's see. Oh, that fits pretty good. So we could do that. Then I don't have to make it a sphere, which will be nicer. So we could just make sure we set its X and Y to that. One thing I think would be nice is if there was a little more room in the center. But it's okay. You want to see it slower? It's kind of a bit of effort to make it go slower. I don't know. What if you go on YouTube and you just put it slower? You know what I mean? You know how you can click on the gear and change the stream speed? Do that. Alright. That's just extra effort. I don't feel like it. Okay, give this in. Okay, so now I just have to code that correctly. So that's on the top level tower script. We have to define spin sparks. Now spin sparks is only relative. So actually I probably shouldn't put it here because it's only relative to like one specific thing. So what I actually should do is go back down to the tac tower script. Is that what this is? I can't even tell. Oh, no, it's not. That is. Go to the tac tower script, and then on here, we'll on ready spin sparks and say let's do or function. I gotta remember what it is. It's like upgrade radius underscore upgrade radius. And then I guess we want like super, you know it, I'm already on top of it. Thank you though. What if I wasn't? All right, well, let's just thank you for your opinion. That's very thoughtful of you. All right, super upgrade radius. You think it needs more space between line? We'll see. We'll see. So for here, I want to say spin sparks mesh radius, but instead it's not going to be radius. It's going to be mesh size equals vector 2 radius times 2 radius times 2. And so then it should get up to the right size. Probably. Now, the other thing is I want to make sure it only appears at a certain moment. So here we had particles emitting, but we're actually not doing particles anymore. Particles are trash. We're all in for spin sparks. So we're going to make sure spin sparks is not visible. And then we're going to say spin sparks visible true. And spin sparks visible false. Okay, let's see it in the actual context of the game. Yeah, I don't particularly want to make a decision about how it looks with that amount of granularity until I see it in here. Oops. Oh no, the material got unset. Dang it. Oh, that's so annoying. Aw, oh, crap. That's not good. Okay, alright, real quick. I need to fix this. I think it's not hopeless, but dude, it's a lot of effort. I can't just redo it. I can, but look at all these. There's 8 materials, and I have to set next passes on all of them manually. No. We're not gonna suffer through that if we don't have to. At the very least, I am going to. You don't even have to save it. You barely did anything. Just cut it out, and Control Z for days. Undo. So many undos. Wait, where is it? It's not coming back. Ah, oh, crap. What does roll back the scene mean? Oh, yeah. That's actually a good idea. Yeah. Let's do that. Smart. Very good idea. Bam. Much better. Good call. Okay, now I'm going to attempt to paste this back down. Hell yeah. Easy. So easy. Alright. Phew. There's no way I was going to redo that. That was not going to be fun. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Yeah. Save, not just save often, Mr. Gibison, but use GitHub. Gotta use GitHub. I would not have been able to do that because basically I was able to identify that highly specific change and just throw it away. Because what GitHub is going to do for me is every single time I make a commit, so you're still saving often, but instead of like saving, you're doing an extra thing, which is committing. That is to say, you have a history of every single time you've captured your project in time, right? So it's like yesterday my project looked one way and I captured that moment and I uploaded it to the GitHub cloud, right? And then today I made another change. I captured it and I uploaded it to the GitHub cloud. And let's say I wanted to go back to yesterday. I would go get that capture from yesterday. But in this case, I didn't even just want to go back to yesterday. I wanted to specifically say, okay, the changes that I made to that one scene, I'm just gonna, because these are what, like when I say capture it and put it in the cloud, this isn't even one of those captures. This is before I've captured it and sent it out. And what that lets me do, since it's tracking those changes, I can just say discard everything I've done since my last grab and throw up in the cloud. Because before I made changes, when I grabbed it and put it in the cloud, it was fine. And now I messed it up. So if I just come and discard that one thing, I can go back to the way it was yesterday. So I'm not just capturing everything from the last time I put it up in the cloud. I'm capturing every single step along the way. And I can say, don't necessarily go back all the way to yesterday. Go back to the way this one thing was yesterday. I know that was really repetitive, but I just wanted to make sure I made that clear, because it's a lot more powerful than just saving. I recommend GitHub Desktop, like, if you're doing, like, you know, professional IT stuff, like maybe you want to learn Git command line. But for my hobby game dev purposes, GitHub Desktop, it's just what I need. You know, and you can take a look at like tutorials and stuff to make sure you understand it. Yeah, it's so good. Saves me many a headache. All right, so what I don't like about this, I would love it to, I think what I don't like about it, what I would like to see is that it fades itself in and fades itself out. And it starts fading itself out when the top starts to slow down, right? Because right now it's just like in and out, which looks dumb. So I'd rather it slowly fade out and fade itself in as well. I think that would go a long way to it looking better. But other than that, I think it's okay. So I could use tweens. Unfortunately, I can't add on to the animation because the animation player is instanced from Blender. Yeah, but the problem is the fact that I'm instancing the animation from Blender. So if I was going to separate that instance, I would no longer be able to update the animation in Blender. Which, maybe that's okay. I don't love that. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a second animation player alongside this one. I think I need this old animation player. And that second one will only handle the sparks. It's kind of annoying, but... And then I could use the animation tree. Well, actually, Lise, you can't do that because the animation tree... Yeah, you can't do that. The animation tree has to be pulling from one animation player. And so the one that I choose, naturally, is one from Blender. So then the other option would be to divorce the animations from Blender from the instanced animation player, export them, and then import them into a new one. I really don't want to do that, because if I decide I want to change that animation, I now have to go through a lot of painful steps. So yeah, I think I'll just make another animation player and just make sure it fires, you know, just where we're making it visible and not visible, we just make sure it fires right there and like generally kind of lines up with the speed of the other one. So this is animation player Sparks. And we're just gonna say show Sparks. We're going to say show Sparks down by the shore where she sells. She sells. Oh, it's hard. So for that visibility adjustment, now the only problem with that is, where am I gonna define its transparency? I guess if we say that it's visible here, geometry, like this. Oh. What's the error? Transparency is only available when using the forward plus method. Thanks, Roger. Appreciate it. So I can't do that. So I think it's actually going to be a little harder than I want it to be. I could do this easily with a shader. Oh, albedo. Whew. Okay, we got there. Alright, keyframe the albedo down as it is. Except, I'd actually like it to start out not visible. So let's make it invisible. I have no idea what you're talking about, Gibison. I don't know what you mean. So when I say alpha, I mean ALPHA. I don't know what those numbers mean, that secret code for your locker in high school or something, but oh yeah, that's okay, no problem. But at least here in Godot, when we're setting albedo, we have this A that represents the alpha. And then we can make it, basically it's like how opaque or transparent is it. If it's all the way over here, it's opaque. If it's all the way over there, it's transparent. And the alpha is just like a spectrum between those 2 points. Hey Bart's, welcome. Okay, then I want it to appear when this animation begins. I'm not exactly sure on the timing here. Yeah, I was already doing that, Rough, and it just looks stupid. It didn't look good. So that's why I'm doing this, so it looks better. But I hear what you're saying too. I could make it visible, but I don't know, like why not just have it there? Oh yeah, yes! Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Right. Yep. It's going from 0 to something visible, 0 to 100, back down to 0. Yeah. So I'm animating it on this track, starting from 0, go into visible, and then I'll bring it back to not being visible over here at the end. So I'm going to keyframe it down, and then hide it again, and keyframe that down. So now, when that plays, it appears and it disappears. Over and over. Hey Kai Guy, welcome. You're only extra streaming tomorrow, today too. Yeah, and tomorrow. Tomorrow, today. Got to. I wasn't sure I was gonna either, but I got a lot of work to do. Yeah, exactly, Gabison. Exactly. Something like that. Now, I'm not sure if this timing is what I want. I could look at the length of the attack. So this is 1.25 seconds in length, whereas my Sparks animation is 1 second. So we'll go ahead and make it the same length. Let's look back over here, see where that's at. Thank you, Kai Guy, for being such a great supporter of the channel, coming through and keeping us company while you're at work. Okay. So it starts to slow down around 1.2. Probably wanted to start up a lot faster. It's Saturday. People work on Saturdays. And also I say that because usually Kai Guy is at work when they message us. But I think he's at work today. But maybe not. Some people work on Saturdays, believe it. I don't know if you've ever been in the store on a Saturday. Sometimes they're open. Somebody's got to do that. And then I could add like a curve on here. You're working today on a lunch hour. Glad you could stop in. Hope work is going the best it can. I tend to like easing out for some reason. Although I'm not sure it looks good here. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, it's so fast at the beginning, it kind of doesn't really matter. I might want to see what this is like a little longer. Okay, so now I do have to actually reference this. So I'm going to make sure this animation player is accessible as a unique name. This is only relevant to this one thing. So we'll unready it here on the tower script. Call it animation sparks, and we'll say that when we animate the attack, instead of the sparks becoming visible or not, which we could make them visible or not, but like, why? Beautiful mild weather, walk into a nearby eatery. Nice. Yeah, I heard one of the kids bouncing the basketball outside. Not my kids. So it must be feeling nice out there. Although tomorrow, we're supposed to be getting potentially a 3 out of 5 chance we get a tornado again. Hopefully not. Yeah, you already know. You already know. Oh, man. Okay, so we'll play Show Sparks, and then we just want to... Well, we don't even have to stop it, because, yeah. I mean, I gotta be ready. I'm gonna keep an eye on the weather living out here. I lived in New York. What do we have to worry about? Maybe it's gonna be snowy. What the heck? Why is it off center? Why did you do this? How dare you go off center? I wonder if that's because I had set up the button for it to be leaned on its side. That's probably why. And now that it's not leaned on its side, that looks ridiculous. All right, well, let me fix that. I can't leave that like that. It ain't right. But then I just gotta find the dang camera. Okay. Should be able to move it now. Small distractions are a part of game dev. I know it, because especially when you're working by yourself or in a small team. Someone's got to get all that stuff done. I don't like that angle. Because that's not really what it looks like, is it? I guess it is. Wow. Right, so you don't even see. That's kind of why I don't like this angle. That's why I wanted it to be on its side and stuff. Because now you can't even see this the tip of it on the bottom. Which is, I think, a little sad. Like, does it even look like what it's supposed to be now? Whereas when it was lying down, you could see the whole shape of it. I am sad to let go of that. Button replacement is a big problem. Okay. What does that mean? Do I want to know what that means? Okay. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that we can't see the whole thing. Well, that's the way it was. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, I didn't know what you meant, Gabesson. Yeah. No, it is important. It is important. But, you know, at the same time, it's like I'm working on a specific task, and then it's like this. So I think what Raphael is saying is like, you know, it sometimes you gotta bounce around, and that's like a part of it, as opposed to staying laser focused on a specific thing. Yeah, that's the way it was, Bart's. But the problem that I was having with that is it's just kind of like a little complicated to engineer without it looking bad. Because otherwise it constantly like goes up and comes down and goes up and comes down, and it just got really complicated, and it's a lot easier to just do it this way. Add a game of life simulation to the main menu. Lies down during no enemies on the track. Yeah. It could. But, oh, here's the other, by the way, here is the other problem. Here, I'm just gonna show you guys. The other problem is that it would clip. It's just at some point, it gets to be an absolute crap ton of work, and it starts to feel a bit pointless to do that much work. Let me see if I can find the spot. Okay, so here is my problem with it, because when it's lying down, yeah, it's a huge scope mess, exactly. So I don't know if you can see there, but it's like clipping whenever it would lie down, it clips through the track. And so it's like, you know, there's no angle, because you can put things in any place. There's no angle where it won't be potentially clipping when it lies down. Yeah, so it's like, I just kind of have to mourn this loss of it not having the full point visible, unfortunately. Okay, let's see how that animation looks now. Give it physics and have it lie on the track, my god. That's better. I think it needs to fade out sooner. Okay, I adjusted the fade. Can you make it lie in the icon and stand in the track? Potentially. Oh, I need to make this not appear. That's an option. That's a possibility, Bart's. Man, it's really hard to get that timing right. I just kind of don't want those sparks to look like they stop. But it's kind of hard when the animation restarts itself. Sometimes it just lines up weird. I also wonder if we can't get... Oh god. Oh, it looks really bad sometimes. It is a good idea. Still a bit of effort to set up, but the least of all the ideas so far. Oh god, I hate how it stops moving. But I don't know that there's really a way around that. Yeah, it's just I don't like the spark stopping. You think we have time to pivot to Conway's Game of Life? Yeah, totally. Absolutely. So I actually don't want animate attack to happen at all. When does unanimate happen? I don't even remember. In the area towers. So we want to say if that happens, oh, and not mesh only. Okay. But we also don't want animate attack to play. Yeah, so functions are these. They're like a fundamental building block of code. Something that I didn't understand. There was a time I didn't understand them. But yeah, so it's like a way to make stuff happen, basically. Like to organize things that happen. and then the sparks occur based on when certain functions are told to happen. Maybe it could spin all the time and the sparks only appear for the attack. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, again, this is just like a lot of extra scope, because it would just mean I need to come up with another animation that spins around all the time. It's not so easy to do that. The animation is coming from Blender, but the sparks are not in Blender. So like then I have to, it's like, it's a huge time sink to do that, unfortunately. At least the only way I can see that happening. But it's a really good idea for creating that effect. It's a really, really good idea. Really good idea. I just like don't have time to do that, unfortunately. So just kind of have to let that go. No, 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 not animate the handle. What does that even mean? Okay, if not mesh only, animate. As far as it being lied down, again, it's just gonna be a bit of effort to get it to set up that way. Yeah, honestly, Bart's, I don't know. No, no, no. We need to like scope creep to it. Like I need to like have like no scope creep allowed. It's fun to imagine, but at some point it's kind of like, come on, the big hand should come down and no. Okay, I know you're kidding. Honestly, I think it's fine. I think we're good. I need to make an executive decision, but there is something I want to change, which is they should be all good. They're actually this is pretty much the last one, actually. So I need to move on to other things really badly. But this is the last one. Now I do need to do the upgrades. I haven't done the upgrades for any of them. I should do that very badly. Okay, let me go over here. I'm just gonna adjust this a bit. This gradient. Well, that's not what I meant. That's not at all what I meant. How could you think that that's what I meant? It did seem like they were double. There we go. Yes, that's what I meant. Monty Python style, a huge hand from the heavens, then a big foot stomps the game flat on lose. Maybe a bit more like that. Yeah, you know, it's nice and fun to think about the way it could be best, and I wish I was at this point. And I kind of was. A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. But it turned out I needed to completely refactor my tower code. And so that really slowed me down. So I just don't get to do all the fun, careful design decisions for some of this stuff, unfortunately. And, you know, perfect is the enemy of good and all that. Or perfect is the enemy of done. Eat first. No, we're gonna just keep. We can eat food and develop at the same time. You see? I'm always eating. It does bother me. It does bother me. Brain food. The spinning parts, yeah, that was a good idea to have it spinning all the time. It's a really good idea. It would look a lot better if we did that. Like a lot better. Chomping down on a brain. But, like, to get it to look the way that I want, and, I mean, it would look better, but, like, you know, the timing will probably be weird. It just would require a lot of testing to get it right. Also, I don't know what tops you played with, but mine were, if I ever played with a top, it was all one unit. It didn't have mechanical components. It was just like, you spin it, not press something. That makes sense, though, that would exist. And then there's, like, the ones you can, like, pull, like, a string, like Beyblades or whatever. Yeah, I dislike very much the way it kind of lurches. Yeah, something like that, Gabisson. Well, but so that's part of the gameplay as well. Like, it's not supposed to be constantly going. It's supposed to have an interval. You should check out the theme game if you haven't yet, Gabisson. So this is for a game jam, which you may or may not know about, called the Game-like Jam. And it's about, in 1 month, we make a game based on another game. It's ending in 1 day, so that's why I gotta hurry and get this done. And on that page I just linked, in the description box and in the chat there, we are working on remaking in some way this game, Bloons Tower Defense 1. And so here's the type of tower that I'm currently remaking. I just placed it down here. And if you watch it, it doesn't constantly attack. So there's like an interval. And then that's how often it attacks. And that's what I'm currently setting up. So that's by design, that it has that delay. And technically all the towers have that delay. But depending on the tower or the amount of upgrades you have, that delay may be longer or shorter. Speaking of which, I should set up upgrades. Man, it's really bothering me. Because it doesn't even behave, the animation doesn't even stop at the same time as the other one. Necessarily. I mean, it does. Yeah. That's the right advice, Cam. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I can fix it later. If I really want to, I can fix it later. Alright. Let's go. Thank you, Cam. That's an accountability credit right there. I guess that we should give a credit to Bart's too, because you had some good thoughts there. You had a couple good ideas. I didn't do them, but I might do them later when I have time. We don't have any accountability? Jeez. We'll just say visual design for Bart's. Okay. I'm gonna commit it. Spinning top animation updates. Probably other stuff too. Going to add the game of life to this when you have some time, please? Yeah, absolutely, ma'am. Yes. Alright, upgrades. So, what are upgrades? What is that about? Well, here, in Bloons Tower Defense 1, if I click on these towers, well, I gotta wait until the round is over, I guess. There it is. It's a little glitchy. It's an old game, we let it go. So, you've got these two options here. We can either add piercing darts. Oh god, I don't even know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do for piercing darts. We're gonna I got work to do. So there's piercing darts, which will allow the bullet to basically survive past one thing and then hit through another thing. I don't actually have bullets or projectiles, so it's kind of just gonna shoot two things instead of one thing. Thanks, Mr. Gibbison. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Glad you could get some good notes taken. So then we can also increase the range, so that way those darts go further. With the tac tower, for example. Also, we got faster shooting, so the interval will be shorter when they attack. And then we have extra range on there, so it goes further. And you can see there's ones that you can afford and ones that you can't. It looks a little different depending on how much money you have. I haven't actually set up the money, so I probably should do that. Would be good. Yeah, a lot of different status, what the upgrades do. A lot of different things. And then for every tower, they have their own set of upgrades. So that's what I need to set up. I do have the UI for it ready to go. So there are the buttons here on each tower. Alright, you can click them, but they don't do nothing. So I gotta make them do something. They don't even look different, right? Like icons, names, none of that is there. So let's do it. I think I actually should first set up the money. I haven't set up the money. Without that, I mean, sure, okay. We could just give ourselves infinite money and infinite upgrades, but I would rather build this upgrade system alongside that, so that way they can work well with each other. I know you're referencing something, Dungeon. I can also add myself, you know, infinite money as needed. Okay, so there's the UI stuff. I haven't added icons. Luckily, the money is the easiest icon because it's just going to be brownies. Yeah, wobbling could be nice. That would be the easiest among all the things to add. Other than the sparks would also wobble. But yeah, very true. Okay, so for the icon, we can actually do this pretty simply. Make it a style box texture. Add in brownie as a texture because the idea is you're getting brownie points. Now that's lacking all the effects of the other one, which is not good. I actually want it to look the same. Brownie 3. Wait, which one is it? So many different brownies. I don't remember which is the one we use. Is it that one? Is it that one? I don't remember. Let me go look. I think if we look on the target script, we can see what it's called. Target one brownie.png. Okay, that's the one. It looks a little goofy, so I think we need to adjust some things so it fits in there correct. Somehow. The flat one, it is nice, right? It's just a little smooshed. Yeah. Still edible. Why do you look so terrible? Yeah, I guess that's kind of the point a little bit, is to make the game addictive in that way. In theory, I'm not saying this is going to succeed at that, but that is kind of the point. So I take that as high praise. But this is kind of tough to get fitting in there. It's very tiny. 5-second rule. Oh god. Such a lie. Yeah, I don't really know how to get this to fit better. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that it has to do with the the proportionality. But like the image itself isn't like that. The image itself, wait, it is on the bottom. Oh, it is on the bottom in the image. It's still getting stretched out. I didn't realize it was on the bottom. That actually makes me feel a lot better. And now I'm not worried anymore. Okay. Did not realize that. Well then in that case, we do want to make this wider by some amount. Transform of one of the parents is wrong. Maybe. I don't know if it's wrong, but it just might not. I think it's just squishing it because yeah, I don't know that it's wrong. But maybe, yeah, maybe you're right to some extent. I don't know. Because the parent is just the H-box. Now I think if we set the minimum to something, can I just like drag this in by itself? Just to like, no, keep it the same. And honestly, I'm just gonna eyeball it. Till it looks proportionately similar. It looks pretty proportionately similar. Maybe like ever so slightly wider. I think it's fine. Okay, but obviously I want this to be centered. I might even make just like a special one for it. I don't know. We should be able to adjust the margin a bit. Oh, but that's gonna squish it. Can't adjust those positions. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna actually add another margin container in here and put the icon inside of that. And then we'll just add margins on here. Oh God, it's still gonna squish it. Okay, well that did nothing. Okay, cool, good. All right, I think what I have to do, which I didn't want to do, is I just have to make a new image that just isn't offset. I think that's gonna be easiest. So duplicate this, put it in the center, and then let's make this super large. As big as I can get it. Export that, and I'll need to do that. Actually, not for all of them. I only need to do it for this one. But I still have to make other icons. Unfortunately, I need to make the wave icon and the settings icon and the hit points icon. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so this is, we're going to say UI, let's just call it points. I'll say brownie points. guess I'd rather call this icons. Okay, now drag this in here. Much better. Okay. I think it could be a little like further. From the top. Just a little bit. Okay, what does that look like? I wonder if I'm gonna want like more of a border around it. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, it's a little weird because it almost looks like it. Like it's supposed to. Like it looks like an enemy, kinda. I actually don't like that I pushed it down a bit from the top. Just a little bit, not a lot. Okay. All right, let's make this money actually work and function. I'm gonna make sure the money label is accessible as a unique name. Go to the HUD script and set it up as a variable. Somewhere. And we're gonna want to update that based on how much money we have. Now, what are we supposed to do? 100 per round, and then it like subtracts 1 each round until it's 0. And then you also get money for every thing that's attacked. Now, obviously, I want like a way to update it by debug, so I'm gonna make sure I set this up on globals. So we're gonna say variable points integer equals 0, but then if I wanted to have like a debug value, we could have that be different. You know, for cheating purposes. So that would mean every time a target is destroyed, we would need to know what to increase the money to. I think we used to have a target destroyed signal, but I think I got rid of it because I wasn't using it. But oh no, oh yeah, we did get rid of it. We still have an on-target destroyed connected signal, though. That's concerning. So how do we know to erase a target, then? Surely the target says something if it dies. Target removed from path. Okay. But we don't necessarily want that. You get money. You do? You get money each time you pop a layer? I didn't know that. I had no idea. Okay, thank you for that information. That is very, very important information. I was not about to set it up that way. Literally at all. Not even a little bit. I guess we'll just say brownie points. But that makes so much sense, right? Because then you would if it was always okay. That makes a lot of sense. I can't even imagine I was gonna do it any other way. Okay, all right, no problem. It's fine. So then I guess I would want it on the towers, and the towers just when they. Well, no, because you have no. You've got update target right here. This is when you'd want to do it, because that's when it knows that it's attacked. That would be the time. So if it gets attacked, and then if it's not attacked, we would assume that it got to the end. I don't think so. Well, you already have target removed from path. But does target... Let me check something. Print... Keep on writing. Got a jet. Thanks for being here while I rat on. Cause I blast away and then rocket. Sorry. I don't know if you guys know this. Of my so I try to spend as little money as possible on this live stream. And I have this microphone stand that sucks. It doesn't actually connect the top part to the base. It doesn't twist on. It has threading, but that doesn't actually fit. So it means if I barely tap this, the whole thing just like falls. That's probably something I should spend channel money on, is getting a new microphone. Yeah, a new microphone stand. I know, it's funny. I see some people, they've got like these like amazing microphone stands. Yeah, I should gaff tape it. I know, but if I gaff tape it, then it's gonna be all sticky. And it'll probably fail over time anyway. But yeah, I probably should do that. Anyway, what were we talking about? Money? I don't know. Oh, I wanted to see if this printed when it destroys things normally, or only when things are removed from the path. Yeah. So that code doesn't know that something is removed from the path, or it doesn't know if we got to the end or if we got rid of it. It's talking about a year ago. I know. I mean, I stick it out with broken things. I mean, these headphones that I'm wearing right now, I only recently used channel money on that. For years, I used these horrible things that are broken right there. I used them for so long, literally hanging by a thread. And it was terrible. They fell down all the time. They were coming loose. It was a nightmare to use these. I used them for a long time before I finally got some actually good ones. I'm very stingy with the channel money, because we don't have very much of it. And there's a list of other things I need to get too. But it's hard because I don't want to just like spend the channel money and then it goes down to 0. I want to have a cushion. But yeah, I need to get a new one of these. People who don't even live stream have better microphone stands than I do. But I mean, I feel like it's like an extension of my ADHD to just like deal with like broken things for a long time before fixing them. So where is it that it checks here? Is this where? You feel me? Like, I make it work. Even though it's like painful, like I'm like dealing with adjustments constantly. I'll just stay in that loop for a really long time until something truly ridiculous happens. And it's like, all right, no way. I gotta actually deal with this now. I think that's the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. For at least my ADHD brain, I need considerable extrinsic motivation to deal with something like that. Considerable. My favorite pair of shoes have holes in the bottom of both, and I still wear them because it only bothers me when it rains. I still wear them when it rains sometimes. Oh, that's so real. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it is broke, and I don't want to fix it or replace it, oh well. Oh man. Look. I mean, obviously, you should get a shoe repair. I should get a new microphone stand. But we need that serious extrinsic motivation. So that way we can wanna fix it or replace it. It's hard. And that's just it, right? It's like the difference between like a consequence that's like way down the line, that's infrequent, and a consequence that's starting to happen all the time. All right. The more times this gets knocked off, the more likely I am to do it. I think the threads, because of the way it's pulling on it, the threads are getting worn down. And so I think it's starting to get worse and worse. So it's only a matter of time? Okay, so how does it know to take it off of the track when it gets to the end? I don't remember. It's been a while. There. If progress ratio is greater than or equal to 0.99, it reparents it to the collector. But what we're going to want is that this hurts the player, that it does damage to the player's health. In order for that to happen, we would need this to be a distinct moment of some kind. I mean, I would just say, like, messenger, target, missed. And we'd want that to emit with like the target level, so we know how much damage to do to the player. So that's the way it works in Bloons, right? That like, if you get like a level 6 thing, or a thing that is worth, like the red Bloon equivalent is how much damage it does, right? Yeah. Okay. I made a red Bloon equivalent guide, didn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 9. Dang. It was brutal. It's brutal, dude. Blacks and whites will wipe you out. Okay. So I don't know that I have a red balloon equivalent type value. So I think we just have to say it's the level that it is, unless it's level the last two levels, then it just does 9. Something like that. So target destroyed. I don't think we're actually using it. So I'm gonna get rid of it real quick while I'm noticing that it's there and taking up space that don't need to be tooken. That's old code that don't matter anymore. And then we'll get rid of that. Game's not broken, right? Wait, but I don't think I created that signal. So you have to do that. Not that it probably would have come up, but... Target missed. Let's put it up here. Signal target missed. It has one argument. It's an integer that is the target level. Okay. Just making sure it's not broken. Nothing should be different. But I just want to see one get to the end. Great. I'm gonna deal with these debugger errors. Clean debugger. Feels good. Nothing. Okay. So, with the target, we're emitting it. I'm not using it yet, but I'm gonna need it. I mean, you can use it. How much hit points do you get? 40? Screw it, let's set it all up. We gotta do it eventually. Variable health integer equals 40. What's gonna happen when we die? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even have a main menu yet. Okay, so what was I doing on the HUD? We wanted to know when we get money. So if we destroy something, the tower should report that it attacked something. So basically, attack moment or do attack, really do attack. But it has to be a successful do attack. So we have a few do attacks. Quite a few. If you did a super thing, yeah, but I don't know. I think it's gonna be kind of hard. That's the thing, Dungeon. Like, I think it's gonna be a lot easier to do that on the target. You didn't say that. I said Dungeon, but you didn't. That wasn't what you were saying. Actually, every time take single damage is where all the damage is dealt with. So this probably makes the most sense. But I see what you're saying. You were saying I don't need it destroyed because that's not the moment that it puts it out. So here's where damage happens. That's where I want to send out the signal. Yeah. Like, that is what you're suggesting? Okay. Well, I think we could do this, because this function is called from the tower. And this is only going to run if any of those do attacks are successful. But really, update target true. Attacked above 3 if attacked. Oh, above 3 actually would be the way we would know that it's dangerous. Like, gonna take 9 health away. Oh, that could actually work. We could have 2 different signals, one that checks to see if... I mean, we need that either way, right? Dude, no, do this on the HUD. Do it on the HUD. It'll be easier. Okay, so when an attack happens, don't just show the attack effects, but say target attacked. Emit target level. So it's going to be the same as this. Target is missed, target is attacked. Same thing. Come to the HUD, connect those two. Target missed. Connect on target missed. And target attacked on target attacked. Come on down somewhere in here. Maybe above the buttons. My HUD script is always so much. On path empty. I'm gonna put that up here. Okay. And then we're gonna say func on target missed. Level returns nothing. Func on target attacked comes with a level. Okay. And then I'm going to want another type of function. So it's going to be function check target or convert. Check target conversion. Let's say convert target level. Wait, what you want is, let's say converted target level. Or target value. Let's do that. And that's gonna call with, let's say level. And that's gonna return an integer. And so I want to say that if level is less than 4, say if level is greater than 3, we kind of need like a rolling amount to deal with. This is gonna get a little crazy, because what if 2 things happen at the same time? Well, then it'll just operate separately. Hey, what's up, DJ? Welcome. Thanks for supporting the channel. How you doing? We'll say variable. Yeah, but if you have a single variable, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not gonna work. This has to be on a case-by-case basis. So you don't even have to do that. You don't need that. Stop this. You're returning the integer. Okay, that's all right. If level 3, return 9. Otherwise, return level. That's it. Now, if the target is attacked, we want to say that, well, we should fetch, we have to make sure we update the money. We could use setter getter. It's just that I need that to filter down, and a signal would kind of be easiest for that. I think that's going to be easiest for the signal. I'm going to say messenger update points. So let's create a variable for points gained. That's an integer. And it's going to equal let's call this converted target value. I just need it to sound more active. So that's going to return converted target value, pulling in that level, and then this is going to emit points gained. Then very similarly, we come over here, and this would be health lost. Convert the target value from the level of it. Target attacked always gains 1. Black and white are 9 because it splits into 2. So you're saying that if we attack a yellow balloon, we get 1 point. If I attack a black balloon, we get 1 point. If I attack a red balloon, 1 point. No matter what, it's always 1 point. However, if we take damage from a black balloon, that does 9 damage. If we take damage from a yellow balloon, that takes 4 damage. Am I understanding that right? That's what you're saying. I missed that. I didn't even know that it happened on attack in the first place, so. Oh, wow. Thank you. Okay. So, this is a lie. My resource was a lie. I was very incorrect. That's crazy. You only get 1 money per pop? But how do you get any money? That's nuts. Dang. Right, 1 per pop, which is so 1 per layer. 1 per layer. Right. Wait, each black is 9? In some ways have 50, but I don't understand. But I thought you just said that, why are you repeating that each black is 9? What difference does it make if each is 9? Who cares? Doesn't that not matter anymore? wouldn't each black be worth 1 pop? Or so it'd be like, okay, so if you hit a black balloon and you attack it, you get 1 money, correct? If you have if that breaks down into a yellow balloon, I don't understand. Black pop turns into 2 yellow. Each is now 4 hits. What does that mean? I don't understand. What does that even mean? I think, okay, this is... I feel like you're just confusing me more. Is what I think. I'm pretty sure you're confusing me more. Each time you pop a layer, you get $1. Okay, great. Thank you. Alright, so I don't need this converted target value. The yellow is 4 layers. Right, the yellow is not 4 layers. The yellow is 1 layer. The yellow is 1 layer. Yellow would be a layer. Green would be a layer. Blue would be a layer. Red would be a layer. So the yellow is not 4 layers. The yellow has 4 layers, maybe, but it is not 4 layers. No, if you fully kill a black balloon, then it becomes 2 yellow balloons. I don't agree with the way you're describing this. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, so in the first one, it's different. So yeah, that's why I was confused, because, like, I guess I'm just not thinking of the description in the same way that you are. Okay, doesn't matter. So, great. Thank you, Dormouse. And Dungeon, but I think the credit goes to Dormouse on that one. That would have been a grave error on my part. So we don't actually need to do the conversion. We don't even need to know the level. It actually doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So back on the target, when an attack occurs, all we have to say is that a target is attacked. I've only ever played BTD1 myself. The other ones seem fun though. Okay, then I'm going to come back to the messenger, and we want to say that when an attack happens, it has no arguments. And when an attack happens, I mean, at that point, why put it on the HUD at all? There's really no reason to put this on the HUD. I mean, there is, because that's how you know when to update the money. So there's definitely a reason to put it on the HUD. But I don't think we need to do the calculations here. Probably don't need to do the calculations. Actually, this should all be on globals, now that I think about it. Not all of it, but some of it. So let's pass this. Let's grab that. Pass. And we're actually gonna underscore that. Put that on here. Now I'm going to grab the connections, which I'm going to want to actually set up on globals. Or additionally. Oh, we don't have any signals over here yet. No, we do. Oh, okay. That was going to surprise me. Okay, func on target missed. Is that it? Yes. Returns nothing. Oh, I already had it. It's okay. We need the converted target value function here. It's gonna emit health lost. And we don't need to emit it. It's right here. Well, no, you do because, well, you can just say when a target's missed, you don't need to do the update points. Unnecessary. Oh, I didn't even make it yet. Okay, get rid of that. Because we literally have the points right here. So if you miss one, we do want to make sure we subtract that from health lost. You should do another signal because otherwise the timing is going to be off. So no, you do want to do a signal. Points minus equals health lost. And you do want to update the points. Or show that the points updated. I would even say points updated. Because we're not technically updating it. We're letting the HUD know the points just got updated. And we just want it, we don't even need to call it with anything. It's just the Sonic song. You think where you know you got your save after every type time. I don't know what that means. Okay, then we need on target attacked. That doesn't need to call with anything because all we care about is saying that, oh, wait, this was supposed to be health minus health lost. It's supposed to be health updated. And then here we say points minus equals 1. And then points updated. Okay, gotta create those. Signal. Watching you, I control S constantly. Oh yeah. I do control S constantly. I do. I don't even think about it. You used to only do that for Google Docs. For Google Docs? That seems like the least necessary place to do it. I think they'll handle that for you. That's kind of funny though. I think what broke that habit for me, because I feel like if you do that in the browser, oh no, it just doesn't do anything. That's funny. I thought maybe it was gonna like pop something up. Updated health, updated points on the HUD. So actually, I don't think I even need, I mean, maybe I'll need it, but as of now, I don't think I actually need these. I grew up on Word and Excel. That's why it breaks every half second. Yeah, I grew up on those too. It really, those programs, man, they really were, I don't know if they're any better. They don't seem like it, but they really were very sensitive. Updated health, connect. They started charging for that stuff. I was like, deuces. Oh, OpenOffice, not much better. OpenOffice is bloated. I think OpenOffice got like a bad reputation. I think they did something bad or something. I can't remember. Probably was the cruddy PCs our school bought. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I think a lot of those word processing programs are pretty bad. But maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Because yeah, I just use cloud stuff, which obviously has problems from a hypothetical perspective, like hypothetically, theoretically, that stuff could vanish at any moment. Oh well. On updated health, when the health updates, we just want to make sure that it's been your experience, but you didn't want a blanket statement. That's fair. Just in case someone else had was die hard for Microsoft. I mean, you know, I think like people who do it for their job, and the job like provides, you know, Office 365 or whatever. I was probably about as diehard as anyone gets with those programs, would be my guess. But that's very thoughtful of you. Okay, so I don't actually have the health set up on here in a way. So let's make sure that this is accessible as a unique name. Come back to the script. Oh, we're calling it money. Can we call it points? Can't we just call it points? I think if I have different names for everything, I'm gonna get confused. And also, we're not calling that lives. We're gonna call that health. The thing you like is bad, and I will take no notes. Sometimes you gotta take a stand. I get that. I respect that. There's nothing wrong with offending people sometimes about some things, depending on the circumstance. It's kind of hard to trust somebody who never takes a side on something, you know? If you think about it. It's harder. It's like, do you even have a real opinion? So when the health updates, we need to make sure that label health gets set to, or text gets set to. Is that a glass of milk? Why? Why did you send 3 glasses of milk? Why do that? What's the advantage of sending 3 glasses of milk? I don't understand. It's so specific. It's just, okay, Chappy and Chat, you're right. I shouldn't worry about it. The milk toast fence sitter. Wow. I do have to worry about chat though. I do. I do have to worry about chat a little bit. I worry about you guys. Milk does fencing sitting. Label points text equals globals points. Oh yeah, we gotta say string and string. I can't do that. Okay. Great. So maybe the numbers will update. We'd love to see it update at the beginning. Just in case. I don't think we have it ready. Of course we have it ready. Why would you say such a thing? Okay. So I would even say on, let's just say update UI values or something. Update UI values. And then I'm just gonna say on updated health and on updated points. So that way we get the correct number right at the start. I feel like I forgot to do something, but I've done so many different things in the last several minutes that I can't remember what I forgot. So let's just see what happens. Ah. Yes, right. Conway's Game of Life. It's on the back burner, ma'am. Email access to points updated. Oh. Yeah, that. Forgot about that. Wait, what? Updated. Oh, I renamed it. Whatever. It's fine. At least it tried to do it. Kind of the easiest part. Show me the functionality. -1. No, wrong way. Close. Close. Points plus equals 1. Not a lot of eagle eyes with us tonight. Not that I expect there to be eagle eyes. I just happen to be noticing. But that's okay. That's why eagle eyes are just like bonus. It's just, they're just cherries on top. We'll find the issue eventually. Okay. You lose brownie points. I mean, that in a way that kind of makes sense. If you think about it, the sum of all natural numbers is -6. Totally, yeah. If you really think about it, yeah. Oh, dude, the super soldier is not gonna miss anything, probably. I want to see that health go down. Bam. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, man. That is brutal. Okay, obviously we need something to happen. It really never needs to go negative, so we could prevent it from even bothering to go negative. You should start with 650 brownie points for. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Dormouse. I forgot. I completely forgot. Thank you. And then there's still the 100 every time a round ends. -1. Yeah, depending on your definition of is sum a number. Craziest math video? Ugh, it sounds so boring, Dungeon. It sounds so boring. When you say craziest, do you mean like it's going to be entertaining? Or do you mean that it is going to be... That's old chat. There it is. Or do you mean that it's going to be like... dense? Okay, it's dense. Dense is the one you meant. I know what you... Oh, yeah, yeah. Wait. That is what you were saying? Oh, okay. Oh my god. What is plus times plus? This is hilarious. Alright, so yeah, I would probably watch this to some extent. Where am I gonna add this? Friggin... Alright, there you go. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm getting bored thinking about that. You've been heard. Oh. Okay. Well, with that context, that's a very different context. I'll bundle it. You watched it? You guys are smart. I see that and I feel allergic. I meant to move this into a better... Oh, there we go. Lambda expressions. Bam. Alright. Note taken. Okay, we got... How much? 650 free points? And then... we need the 100 thing as well. You watched about half. Wow, okay. That sounds really useful. So you definitely agree that it's dense. Know how to do them, but you get it now. I don't know how to do them, but like, I get it. I get it now. That's cool. I want to get it. Yes. So it's not just that... Well, but that's gonna be every time the round ends. So we still want to emit updated points. We don't want start next wave. I think we do have something for when the round ends, right? Something. How? Well, somehow we turn off the button on path empty. That looks like a signal to me. Path empty. Okay. So back to globals. Connect it up. Gosh, it's so hard to navigate this script with such big data up there. Messenger, path, empty. Would it be accurate to say that's calculus level? Same here. Barely got that high school math. Formation of functions or whatever. I was just gonna say calc because it was pretty dense. We definitely have some people who come through here who are familiar with those concepts. And enthusiastic about them even. Funk on path empty. Almost sounded like I said Funko Pop. Funko Path. Funko Path. Yeah, same. Exclusively in a game dev context. Exactly. So whenever the path is empty, we want to say that the points increase by 100 minus the wave number. Wait, but that's not right. Yeah, that's right. Right? Or is it the number of waves that have passed? I don't remember. Something like that. So like if we're on wave 2, it's not going to be -2. $100 minus, so it would be -2. Round -1. Wow. Okay, I see. I was already interested in them prior. I have more of a language barrier, and I can't track all the predefined stuff. Oh yeah, right, Thoughty? Lambda expressions, are they the same as lambda functions? Also, hi. So, right, so it would be 100, I'm gonna need to put some parentheses here, minus wave number -1. So wave number, like variable, wave factor actually we could do this. There we go. Hey Pressifier, welcome. Last minute game dev, it's going. The towers are as set up as I think I have the ability to do, although I need to do upgrades still. So I'm setting up money and health. It's going well. It is going well. It is going well. Yeah. I would say it's going well. I don't like raw math either. Most often refers to anonymous functions. So in that sense, a lambda is a kind of function, but not every function is a lambda. Whoa. Takes after the name for being a thing you can customly define, just like the original lambda functions. Yeah, context is everything. I wish I was taught that way more in school. Was with context. Oh, they talk about functions in the video. Nice. Yeah, I want to do a learn along. I'm not sure what we're gonna do, because on the so the showcase for the Game Like Jam is gonna be on Friday, the 4th. And then the week after that, we're gonna do a game dev challenge where I do something ridiculous based on your guys' opinion, like I code a whole thing with the keyboard turned upside down or something. And then the week after that, on the 18th, I think we should do a learn along, which could be lambdas or something. And then on the 25th, we're gonna do community creations, long version live stream. So checking out stuff you guys have been working on in a much longer form than we used to do on Fridays. And then it's Game Like Jam time again. It'll be a new Game Like Jam in no time. So, you know, I almost feel like we could do a poll for what we could do for the learn along and what we could do for the challenge. But the only thing about that is it requires people to actually participate in the poll. And then the other thing is, I think a lot of people participate in the polls, but they aren't necessarily like watching the channel. Because YouTube will show polls to like random people, whether they're subscribed or not. And so people just like vote on the polls on YouTube. And it's like, okay, but who are you? Instead of fx equals some arrangement of x and y or z or whatever, it's lambda equals huh? And you fill it in. There's no set variables, as far as I understand at least. Okay. It sounds true. It sounds like you're spitting facts. Yeah, lambda seems like an interesting one. It is something I do want to learn about. Okay, so the wave factor is wave number -1. Yeah. No, it's floating in there somewhere now. And then we say 100 minus the wave factor. Is that what Dungeon said? Wait, when was that? There. 100 minus round -1. Okay, this looks correct then. If that's true. Thank you. It might do it right off the bat. I don't think so. Okay, 650. Good. That's correct. Start the first wave. There is something I'm a little worried about. Because, like, technically the path could be empty. Like early, but yeah, that's fine. But I feel like, let me just make sure we don't have an issue here. No, it's not unlocking early. Oh, it is. Yeah, it unlocks early. So it doesn't actually know that the round is over yet. That's not good. So that means you're gonna start getting 100 too soon. Does that make sense? Because if right now it only lets you move to the next wave, it only gives you those extra points if there's nothing left on the path. But that doesn't mean something isn't on its way. And it just kind of requires a lot of remaking to like say, oh, well, maybe it's all on the path right away. Yeah, but like, it's not made that way. So I actually need to refactor that a bit and not say that you can start the next wave when there's nothing on the path, not say that you can get 100 points minus wave number -1 when there's nothing on the path, but rather say that that happens, those two things happen when all of that round's targets have either died or been removed from the path. Which, I'm gonna have to put my thinking cap on for that one. Because it's been a minute since I looked at that code. That was like, first thing I did code. Ooh, that's a good idea. As long as there's no bugs where the collector doesn't fill up. That's a really, really good idea, DJ. It's a very good idea. I guess just as like one protection from the bug is I just would not want to reparent to the debug collector. I think we'd want to interrupt that. I mean, we already have a breakpoint here. Which, by the way, you probably shouldn't have that breakpoint in the shipped game. I mean, I'm pretty sure we have fixed that bug. Pretty sure. Depends on dispersal of your balloons. So if they haven't spawned yet, then don't check. Yeah, it could just be like a one-time thing. Well, on the collector script, which I still need to look at here, on the collector script, it no. This will be pretty easy. So right now we have a max total targets, and as soon as it starts, I mean, it should always be the same. So I mean, I guess we could check here. Let's look at it this way. Let's put in the process. Oh, we don't have a process on this. We do. We're just gonna say print get children's size. Or not. There we go. Which is obviously going to print a lot. So it's 250. As you can see on the left, lots of 250s. When we spawn these, that goes down. No, actually, DJ, that's not going to work. It's actually, there's going to be the exact same problem. Because, yeah. That was a good idea, but no, it's the same problem. Because it's going to go back to 250. It waits before it drops them in. That was a good idea. But it actually doesn't solve the problem, unfortunately. No, instead, what I need to be doing is tracking the cat that just joined us. Welcome. Good to see you, kitty cat. Take your time, settle in. You know it couldn't be that good. That's okay. I'm glad you made it, though. It punctuated what I needed to do. So the way that this works, and I think I have another idea. So I think the current wave array is probably what we want to track instead. I think if that's empty, that's our answer. So I think you still got me thinking on the right track. So let's do print current wave array size and see what that's got. Okay, so it's, oh dear. Okay, that's not looking as good as I'd hoped it would, unfortunately. So that's zeros. Now it's 44, 43. Actually, no, it's good. No, it just burned it down quickly. No, this is perfect. Because see, there's barely anything on the track. However, there's still 32 left before it's going to be done. This actually tracks how many are supposed to be sent out. When this is empty, then the round is over. However, it empties it out. I gotta nerf that super soldier. 6, 5. Ooh, it missed one. 1. Now it says 0. Oh, but that's not good either. That's not good either because there's still stuff left on the track. So what we'd actually want to say. Now I will say it's not necessarily so bad for it to happen right there, but what we could actually say is a combination. So add however much is currently on the path to the current wave array. And whenever that's 0, yeah, exactly. Whenever that's 0, then the round's over. Yep. Great minds and all that. Okay. I appreciate your guys just like talking with me and like affirming it. It helps. I don't know what kind of credit that gets. I mean, we're just whatever this is. Who knows? I'm gonna say that's moral support. I don't want to think about it anymore. So that's moral support. Yeah, morale. That's funny. It's like a little different. That's too funny. I have to do that. That entertains me too much not to do. Morale support. I like barely different. Yeah, great minds, great minds. Morale support. It's like not different, but it's hilarious. Okay, so first of all, get the cat's head in there. There she is. And so now I need a way to add these together and keep tracking it. Oh, you didn't mean to say it that way? Oh no. I'm sorry. I like that you spelled it that way. It's a fun twist. How many morale support credits do the cats have? I guess I should give credits to the cats to some extent. I mean, at that point, we're kind of giving like award show speech. I want to thank my family. I want to thank God. I want to thank my producer. I want to thank. It's like, I want to thank Earth for being forged during the Big Bang. Oh, I want to thank Europa for splitting off. For Pangea, like whatever. How many years have you owned them? Times 365 points. Alright. So I guess I'll track this. I mean, we want this in the process. This needs to be constantly tracked. I don't know if the target collector makes the most sense. Do we do removed from path? All we have is start next wave connected here. So I think this probably makes more sense on globals to track. So I'm gonna make a variable for targets left in wave. Although something bothers me about having like a global process, but it's fine. It's probably fine. Can we do physics process just so it's like a little less often? Targets left in wave becomes target collector checking in the die and left track funcs work. Maybe. Probably, but that feels messy. That feels like risky. Like yes, it should, but to me that's like not setting less than or equals and just setting less than and trusting that it's gonna be fine. Or it's just setting equals, like okay, it's gonna equal 1. I don't have to set greater than or equal to 1. I don't have to set less than or equal to 0. I could just set 0. To me it's like that, where it's like, yeah, but like, what if? Just like, what if? You know, what if somehow those numbers don't line up just right? For some reason, it should line up. But like, what if it doesn't? Yeah. A timer checking every 5 seconds. But if you think about it, the timer still has to run in some kind of process too. Is that for real? I guess signals do too at the end of the day. You've been doing process because it's less characters? Is what for real? Is what for real? What do you mean, is what for real? Have a checker and process who types of things. Yeah. Targets left in wave. Anyway, let's not overthink it. Target collector ref. It's fun to overthink, but I should point out the active crunch mode. Oh yeah, physics process runs less. His process runs every frame, and physics process runs at like an interval, basically, instead of every frame. And you can actually set that interval, I'm pretty sure. So it's just it's a bit less frequently. Right. Yeah, 60 FPS. I think you can change that. Target collector reference. So it's like marginally less. But not marginally. It's a little more than marginal. So we want current wave array size plus targets on path size. It might, yeah. Explain. If you're using delta, oh yeah. Let me get that out of there. It doesn't matter what you're using. Oh, that's interesting. That makes sense. Gotta use that delta. Yeah, for physics stuff. Yes. So plus targets on path size. Okay. Great. So now we have targets left in wave, and we want to say if targets left in wave is less than or equal to 0. Why would it ever go below 0? I don't know. If it's less than or equal to 0. Generally, I don't like doing that, but you guys have made me paranoid, so I do it now. It's a float. It's not a float, it's an integer, so it's really unlikely that it ever happens, but whatever. We stay paranoid here. Okay, well, it depends on the circumstance. Anyway. If it's that, we want to say messenger wave ended. That's it. Now that does mean I made some things I don't need. Gotta check those impossibles. What was that messenger? Impossibles. Path empty. We don't need path empty anymore. So go find all your path empties and empty them into the trash. Instead of on path empty, we want to say on wave ended. That's what that would do. Let's just make that. Wave ended. On wave ended. Welcome back, Andress. Okay, then on globals, we emit it here, but I don't actually care about that anymore. So that's in the trash. We connected it on, what is this, the globals on itself? That's interesting. Wave ended. I guess that makes sense since it was a setter getter, maybe. Maybe. Oh yeah, that's just that. Whatever, it's fine. On wave ended. Save it. Let's refresh it. It has been purged. And now, hopefully, we have a more accurate measurement of when the wave is ended. Oh. Oh yeah. I guess I do have to make it. Signal wave ended. It's not worth mixing between related things. For example, if a car moves in a physics process, but the camera following it is in a normal process, then it can glitch. Yes, that's right. That is true. Because they're not aligned anymore. Yeah. Such a common thing. Oh my god. The money! All of the money is mine! Okay, so we do have one little problem, which is that it is empty. It is empty. But I need to make it just a moment. I said I was gonna, one of you called it out, and I said I'll do it! And I forgot. So let's make sure we do that. I zoomed myself in and I made a beep sound. I was talking to the cat and then I zoomed in on accident. And I didn't cut the mic in time. Just goofy. Okay. So it can't be perfect. It's no fun. Talking to Oliver. I can't. That's just not right. You know? I can't do that. I can't mess up everyone's cat vibe. Okay, so we don't want infinite money. So we don't just want to say if target's left in wave, but we need to make sure this toggles if a wave has been even started in the first place. So if wave started wave active and targets left in wave less than 0. I feel like I have an enum for this somewhere. That's okay. Alright. Don't we? No? Alright. On start next wave, wave active becomes true. On wave ended, wave active becomes false. Not the most elegant way to do it, but I'm on crunch mode. Okay, no more infinite money. Love to see it. Well, kind of hate to see it, but it's the right thing to do. I assumed that worked. Trying to see if I notice it go up by approximately 100 or so. Oh, this is a long wave. This one will take a while. Probably should have just checked it on the last one. It is nice to see it work though. Wait, I should have lost a hit point there, but I didn't. I just saw a brownie go off the edge, but the number didn't decrease. So it's probably not good. Probably need to fix that. That super soldier is too good. Or just get rid of the super soldier. But it's gonna be tough because I think the next wave is a lot. So it's gonna be harder to notice. Oh, I know why. Because the brownie has 0. It needs to be +1. That's why. I'm using like programming counting on the levels. And we did that on, actually that's on globals. Converted target value. If greater than level 3, return 9, else return level +1. That's why the brownie didn't do any damage. Because it was 0. Which is not correct. Okay, I'm just gonna let at least a brownie go through. That's okay, you can just count it. Okay, 35. That should go down to 34. Excellent. And that went up by 100. Yeah, I guess that's actually a smart way to test that, to make sure that's working. I mean, it's just gonna take a while. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's -1. Well, you're gonna die before that round ends. But you're gonna get points. Oh dear. Okay, we need to set up the debug. I just want to make sure that flat increase is working correctly. So let me adjust the wave data here. Let's push this back there. And give us another simple round at the start. So what it should go up to is 750 after round 1, and after round 2, it should be whatever. It should not be 850. It should be less than 850. Wave number -1, so it should be. So if it's wave 2, it should add 99 onto it instead of 100. So when that brownie goes, brownies go up to 750. Increase this, or run it again. Wait for that round to finish, and it should go up to 849, right? Yeah. Excellent. Functionality. Okay. Let's make a commit. Oh yeah, there's already gonna be a stream tomorrow. It's already happening. Tomorrow is ultimate crunch day. And you know, I think I want that to be just the way we do things. I think every game like Jam, I want to stream on the last day of the Jam. You know, because it's just like, it's just nice to be there for that moment where everybody's like, you know, and then I can also just be like, oh, time's almost up. It's almost up. Everybody get it in, get it in. You know, it's like a nice way just to be like, hey, don't forget, it's about to end. So yeah, definitely gonna stream tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna make a commit, but something I want to work on, I want to actually make the icon for health. Yeah, I know I'm streaming a lot. I don't want to annoy you guys by streaming too much, and I mean it, because like if you think about it, like this pops up on your feed over and over and over again. So I prefer not to stream this much for many reasons, but that's one of them. But look, in the last week, the Game Like Jam, when I got so much work to do, I gotta do what I gotta do. I'm not gonna work on this off stream. I might try, but typically that doesn't actually work out. So I gotta come here to work. Okay, so money and health work good. Okay, now I'm gonna make an icon for the health. I still have to make the baby, the baby itself, but maybe I just won't worry too much about that. I did make a heart in Blender before. I've been making all my assets in 3D. I could make a heart again, but I've made a heart ever before. So I should like probably use that. Yeah, you do get pushed a lot of member VODs. I'm sorry that YouTube does that, but also I'm kind of not sorry. Cause like that's different. That's different than like getting a notification. YouTube, I gotta give credit where credit's due. If YouTube is out there making sure people are seeing stuff, that's not so bad. With that said, it is a little ridiculous what you were showing me. That's actually incredibly ridiculous. And I do apologize. But also, thank you, YouTube. It's both. If I could, I'd turn it off. For whatever it's worth. So I think the heart is like built into something that I did before. I mean, it's probably all the way back on like my oldest ones. I don't think I remade that heart. I'd be very surprised if I did. Oh god, we're opening my most unperformant thing ever. Why would you do this? Oh yeah, right. It's long because it needs to be. That's okay. We can adjust it. Okay, I'm gonna select everything else and burn it down. Then we're gonna save this as in our new project. This is UI. I've got my stuff all over the place in these folders. For real. So this is just gonna be like a 2D icon, which actually means what I'd like to do is append some of my previous icons in here. Oh dear. Okay, let's make this bigger. Let's get the cookie. Well, that's a lot of collections. Oh god, there's all kinds of crap in here. This was a mistake. So much stuff. Why would you do this? This is devastating. This is just awful. Jesus. Okay, what you need to do, this is a bad idea. I feel like I should just remake the heart. This is kind of a mess. This is actually legitimately a huge mess right now. Oh my god. Okay, grab this. Drop this in here, please. No, 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 you're not listening to me. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Okay, how about this? What? Why isn't... Okay, I copied it. Great. I keep trying to do Control X. Things that should not be giving me friction are. And it is very irritating. What? Why is... Okay. Apparently... This is way harder than it should ever be. Okay. Alright. What are we gonna do here? How are we gonna get this? How are we gonna get this here? I just want this mesh. Am I just gonna... Alright, screw you. I'm remaking the heart. Get out of my face. I'm tired of you. This is ridiculous. This was a waste of time. New one. Screw you. I'll tell you what I will open. I apologize for my frustration. It's just like not going like I thought it was gonna go. There's just like a mess of things in that project with the heart, and I am not sure what's going on in there. I just know I do not want to deal with it anymore. I've had it. that was one of the most unpleasant experiences I've had in a while. Okay, so instead, we're just gonna make a fresh heart from scratch. I hate to do that because it's gonna take me more time, but that was rough. Okay, and then over here, we'll get the rendered view of the icon. How did I make that heart? I believe I got like a sphere. We don't really need the cookie. I believe I got like a sphere. You can put it in the center. Put it back. Get rid of the cookie. Add a mirror. Don't rotate it yet. Cookie meiosis, like mitosis. Duplicate that. No proportional editing, please. Bridge these. With a few more cuts. Don't know that you want a profile factor on that. Yeah, maybe don't. It's okay. Well, not the most attractive heart. But potentially sufficient. Double scoop ice cream cone. Oh, it does look like that. I see that. We're doing a bit more merging going on there. Alright. No, don't do the X-ray. Grab like that much. Show it. Just the center. Well, you don't really want just the center. I'm gonna modify it more in sculpting and adjust it in some other places. I think you could just do that whole part in sculpting. I think if you start with the space shape, you can sculpt it into something much nicer. But this gives me the general shape to work with, which is really all I need. It was like a heartbeat for a second. Whoa. Okay, obviously it's a little goofy, but we'll fix it. I wonder if I should slap a remesh on there. Probably. Just to like simplify the shape a little bit. It gets a few oddities. Like the point at the bottom gets kind of weird. That's okay, we'll fix it. Okay, apply it. Sculpting. Yeah. And then, yes, agreed. Okay, and then make sure we have dynamic topology. Oh, you made a heart too? It looked different? Okay. Never works this smooth. Yeah, I guess I've had a lot of practice. I really enjoy using Blender. I'm just gonna make all of this have more topology. Usually I show you guys my keyboard. It's not as relevant now, but that's okay. Oh, you made that kind of a heart? Wait, are you making what I was gonna make originally? Originally, I was gonna make my Bloons game where the path was gonna be like blood vessels. And you were trying to avoid like poison getting to the heart. Is that your secret Bloons game? But I ended up not doing that because I decided I want something more mainstream. But I do really like making like those hyper realistic things. That is what you're doing. You're doing my original idea. Oh, dang. You gave yourself away. You gave yourself away. Wow. That's crazy. Nice. There goes my initial reaction. Now I know what's coming. I'm excited. Oh, it's gonna be cool. Now I'll really get to see, was it not mainstream enough, truly? There's probably a way to do it. I mean, the fact that Dungeon said like a human, an anatomically human heart. I don't like for me that like I have like a deep connection like as like an artist to wanting to create like that kind of visceral real human body organs kind of like functionality. So for me, I see that and it like immediately jumps out at me like, wait, that would be so cool. I recognize this cobbled texture. You're making a Castlevania 2 fan remake. Can you do both sides symmetrically? Maybe. Not like that. Okay. I know now. I know now. There's no unknowing. The truth is out. Gosh, I wish I wasn't remaking this right now. I wish I could just use that other heart. I wish very much. With all my heart. Ugh, this is dumb. I was just doing the original one. Here, look at it from up here. Dude, why is this hard? Why is this actually really hard? What does a heart look like? Oh wait, you're right. Maybe there is. Let's see. Did I add that one? I certainly meant to. I hate to do that, but like... that would be big brain behavior. I guess when I added the new extra turn the monkey into a heart, when I did the extra, or I installed the new version of Blender, I didn't go get that one. Somehow. Extra mesh objects. But I think I gotta go to the website to get that one. Pretty sure. Unfortunately. I did try to peek at your game-like page. I did. The reason why, it was for the thumbnail. I compound on the... I didn't try a password. I mean, I did, actually. That's not true. I actually did try a password. But it was for a real reason. It was for a real reason. Because for the showcase thumbnail, like for the Frogger one, for the Frogger thumbnail, I made this one. And at this time, last Game Like Jam, there were a whole bunch of submissions already. So I used that as the thumbnail. For this one, there weren't as many. So I actually had to go in and try someone's game to try to add a screenshot in here because they didn't have a screenshot. Yours was one of those. So that's why I went in there, so I could go get a screenshot to add in here. That's why. Good thing though, you had it locked, but you already outed yourself now, so you might as well let me check it out. You made it pretty far. You got pretty darn close to the actual final day. Alright, where's my extra objects? There they are. Gears, pipe joints, gemstones. No heart. Star, pyramid, honeycomb, teapot, Menger sponge, wall factory, beam builder. No heart. You can't confirm or deny any allegations. I don't think you could possibly guess a dungeon marching game. I know what you're referencing. I know what you're referencing. What you have to do in order to tell that lie correctly, what you have to do is you have to think about what would, and it's too late now. What would you have said if I had guessed wrong? What would your response have been? Dude, I gotta figure out how to get that other heart. Man, this is miserable. I can't live like this. This is terrible. This is not acceptable. I can't live like this. I already made a heart before, and I suffered enough trying to make it. I don't need to suffer again. I refuse to have learned my lesson from the last experience. And I choose to try again to extract the heart from my previous creation. I refuse. Okay, you know what probably is the easiest one to do? I bet it's this guy. You ever go against a Martian when game jam entries are on the line? You might be right. People also ask crunch mode activate. No. No, they don't. No, I think this is actually going to be a much less chaotic. Oh my god, this is so much better. Okay, pull this, drop it, remove this. We got a heart, baby. Thank God. I'm sure with enough time and effort, I could make a beautiful heart that doesn't look anything like that. But I don't want to. It turns out. I set the origin to the geometry. There are some things about it I'd like to change. Namely, this outer heart. We don't need it. Wow, that's a good heart. That's a nice heart. A loss activates the breaking animation that Blender can do. That is the overscopiest thing ever. I also find that that doesn't actually work all that great. It does for some things. But I think for something like this, it would look a lot better if I didn't use that. It's really kind of a mess. When I tried it, people have been suggesting that forever, and I finally tried it, and I was incredibly disappointed by it. I thought it was a messy extension that did messy things. Or add-on. Yeah, with things that have like really specific shapes, I didn't really think it did that good a job. Okay, so obviously we need to adjust the lighting here a bit. It's kind of clipping through. On the left is where I'm looking at it. Yes, Frank. Precisely. Welcome. Well, it's not the most beautiful lighting. I mostly just wanted to make sure it matched, to some extent, the lighting on the other stuff. It will be a red heart. I think I just gotta let it go. And if I don't like it, we can deal with it. Oh, I just saved over the cookie. That's frustrating. It's okay. It's actually not that bad. GitHub. Okay, so save this. UI heart. Replace that. GitHub. Cookie.blend. Stop this. Okay. And then the way we did this was render image. I'm just gonna save it in downloads for now. Then we come back to Canva. Oh, I need to do a wave as well. That's one I've been meaning to do, but haven't done. That's a bit more effort. I did not get upgrades set up at all. I'm going to, but this heart ended up taking up a bunch of the old time. Ye old time. Okay, let's get this, put it on there. I'm not crazy about that shadow in the top right there. It looks pretty dookie. So let's fix it. It looks fairly ungood. Let's try that. It's got some things I don't like about it, but maybe it'll be fun. It's like very different. I don't love it, but we're just gonna say it has to do. So then I want to adjust the outline coloring. No. Yes. Okay, now I'm going to download it. Can you make it fill a little bit more? As much as possible. I didn't need to do this now, but I wanted to. I really don't like it. Just the lighting. There's just some places I would like to adjust the shadows. But I acknowledge it's good enough. Good enough is how you get things done. Okay, now finally, let's actually apply it. Still missing the wave and the settings icons. No time for that tonight. That's a tomorrow. That's a last minute task kind of thing. Apparently. Okay, adding a style box texture. We're gonna go get that health icon. Drop it on, not there. Actually, I want to make sure it has the same properties as this other icon. Okay, not that property. All of them except that one. Alright, we got a heart. All that for the heart. Kind of looks like it needs to be moved over. I mean, it's pretty okay. There's a lot I don't like about it, but I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm gonna keep saying that I'm okay with it until I truly believe it. Okay, great. Let's actually do upgrades. I'm going to make a commit. No, don't add those textures. Why are you such a freak, Blender? That's right, those are the values. Nice, Frank. So what that's doing is it's finding all the materials from when I imported it from the other project. I don't know why those aren't orphaned. I'm just gonna discard them all. If I discard all of those, and then I save the Blender file, will it put them back? No, good. Get him out of here. Oh, it did add this one. Why? Oh, you still have all these materials up here. I don't want extra crap. It's just strange because I'm not like using it anywhere. I know it's a kind of a silly thing to worry about, but we're running this on web. I want as little bloat as possible. Could you stop? Stop. Like, where do you even see that material? Because those should all be orphaned, since I'm not using them. I mean, if I come in here and I assign, yeah, it's the only something left over from the other project. I guess I just have to let it go, and it's gonna load in for no reason. You know what you could do is you could search somehow. There is a way to remove it, but I find it to be a bit challenging. Objects? No. I guess I just have to let it go, huh? Unused data. You got a lot of stuff in here. But none of these are even that. Whatever, I don't care. I've decided to let it go. Maybe it didn't put it back? It did. Heart and, or health icon edit. I apologize. I apologize. You know, this is just, at the end of the day, it's my ADHD just manifest, man. Like, you know, like drifting, like knowing that the time pressure is here and I gotta get this done. And instead of like zeroing in on the most important things, just like kind of like veering onto other stuff. Sometimes it's just like the way of things. Okay, let's do upgrades. Let's do upgrades. Let's do upgrades. So now that we have money, we can actually afford upgrades. I'm gonna add a debug amount of money so that way I can just buy all the upgrades that I need. So we're gonna add our points. You probably should have debug points set up. And that can just be whatever. A lot. It's not gonna fit on there very well. What's the maximum you can get? 24,000, I think. We'll say that's it. And then in the ready function, if debug, I'm gonna say points equals points debug. That way it gives it to us. If I set debug to true, now for the upgrades, let's do simple ones. Range increase. Well, wait, before I even do that, I have to set up the data. Oh dear God. I see why I was procrastinating this now, because it's a nightmare. It's okay. I got this. I can do this. I won't let myself get too negative. I must not. Okay, so for the Dark Tower, we have this, or for the tower data, and then for the Dark Tower, you can see we have the icon set in this dictionary. But I want other stuff, namely the upgrade data, the name of the thing. I haven't even done any of that. Right? So like name equals toy soldier. I'm still distracting myself. Oh, it's already got a name. We gotta call it something else. Toy name. Toy soldier. So then I'd have to go through, do this for each of them. It's nice to do an easy one just to like warm up. Snow globe. Spinning top. Rocket. Super soldier. Now for upgrades, there's 2 different upgrades, but some of them only have 1 upgrade. So I would need to change the way that it works depending on if it has 1 or 2. So we could say check if it has 2, or I mean, the way that I've kind of traditionally done this is like, and I'm not saying it's the best, but like upgrade has 2 equals true or false. On this one, it's true. For the tack tower, it's true. For the freeze tower, I believe it's true, but I think for bomb and super, it isn't. Bomb tower does have 2. Ice tower has 2. Tech tower and Dark tower. I guess only the super sonic tower is the only one that only has 1 upgrade. And then I would do like upgrade 1 equals, well, it depends. What kind of data do we need? We need the name of it. We really only need the name of it. No, you need the icon too. Upgrade 1 name. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be crazy to reference. Upgrade 1 name equals, for the tack tower we're on, faster and range. Gotta put those commas. For the dart tower, piercing and range. Oh god. Pierce. I'm gonna call it double. Because I don't think we're gonna get a true piercing. Okay, and then for freeze, longer freeze time and more range. Trying to just think of a simple word to use here. Like duration feels too long. I don't think that's gonna fit in the space that I've got available for it. Yeah, duration, not gonna fit. Now wait, do you have a different font size for these? Please tell me you don't. Okay, we don't. Yeah, we could do time. That's a good idea. Alright, let's do time. Credit where credit's due. No, you're right. It is. No, it is freeze duration. Yeah, taking it back. It's really more of a UI thing, but that's okay. I kind of wish it wasn't so small in there. Like, I kind of wish it was a little longer, even. Length doesn't fit. I could always make it a little smaller. Timing. I think I just have to let it go and say time is good. I mean, obviously we could do like plus time, but that's true for like, they're all plus. You know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna do plus time. And then range. Did we do the dart? We did. And then the bomb. Bigger. And then range. Will bigger fit? G's are pretty hefty. Oh, it fits. Okay, bigger. And then range. Okay, and Super Soldier only has one, which is range. Okay. Now that's not all the info that I want them to have. I also need to know does it have... I don't think you need much else, possibly. Are you doing 10 minutes per game again? I feel like most of these games are just going to naturally need more time than that. Yeah, it's just going to be 10 minutes. There's no I mean, think of it like this. If it needs more time, we'll do it, but I think really there is no way. Like for me, it takes me a long time to beat Bloons TD-1, you know? So really, we're only gonna get to see a small slice of every game. That's just the way it has to be. Unfortunately. I wish we had time to do them all, but like if I was only gonna play like 3 or 4 games, we could play them all till we finish them. But I'm not really interested in only rewarding that few of people with a showcase. So, playing the first 15 waves of BTD1 30 plus times. 20. We're doing 20. So no more than 20 games. No more than 20 games. So that means if there's more than 20, which I have a feeling there won't be this time around. But if there was like exactly 20 last time, I just have a feeling there's going to be less this time. Even though more people joined this one than the last one, I think that the challenge is so difficult compared to Frocker. The barrier of entry is so much higher. I think we're going to see less submissions. So I doubt we'll have to do that many. But it's a good question. Alright, so we need to know if we have a certain tower's upgrade or not. Ah, good call, cost. Thank you. Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what that is. Oh my god. Oh god, I don't even have cell. It's just, it's complicated. This game is complicated. Okay. Bloons, Tower Defense, 1 upgrade cost. No, you're not even gonna give me the original on here. Come on. Oh, come on. Jesus. Here. $210 and $100. Oh my god. Upgrade 1 cost, and I could like do like dictionary in a dictionary, like that's also a possibility. I'm good. I don't think it's gonna really help the situation much. Good call though, Dormouse. Thank you. I totally forgot. This game is a lot of work to make. I'm gonna remember this for future game-like jams, and it is unlikely I pick a game this complicated again. I might, but, or even allow, I don't even know if I would allow a game this complicated again. Like, I like having to do something complicated, but in a month, you know, I also want it. I think that the simpler the game is, the better, because people who want to make it more complicated can. But taking a complicated game and simplifying it, I think, is a much greater challenge. And so, you know, I don't want the barrier to be so low, but I also don't want it to be so high. I think this one is a little too high. So I kind of want to pick in between next time. But we're going to do it. We're going to get through it. Make it happen. 100 for long range. Let's just put these all in here. Oh, we don't need a cost for that one. Okay. Tech shooter. 250 and 150. Freeze 450 and 300. Oh, longer. That's kind of interesting. Nah. 450 and 300. 650 and 250. $2,400. Okay. Right, and I don't think I even included that information on the UI. I just realized. Whoopsie. Fixable. So I just need to put V boxes within the H box. Okay. All right. Make sure we expand the size. Good. Then I'm going to want to add a label. I'll borrow the name label. Probably want the cost above it. No, because then there's also sell. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be numbers after all. I guess it'd be nice if there was a brownie next to it. So you knew how much it, like, there's no dollar sign here. If it was money, I could do a dollar sign, but it's not money. It's points. Great. Okay. HBox. No, I probably don't have to do it that way. Maybe I shouldn't. But here I go. Doing it. Bit large. There we go. So obviously it's not 400. Somehow it feels a little hard to tell. Almost like I wish there was like a visual divider. Which we could do. Oh, now we've lost the bigger text. Even at its smallest. I mean, I could just make the overall font size smaller, because it is a theme on the buttons. I don't love super tiny text in games. Sometimes you become the thing you hate the most. Okay, it's a little dramatic. I kind of like the button to be a bit smaller. There's just like a lot of space here, and I don't think there needs to be. Okay, so I don't think I actually need a separator. Okay, button is 150 minimum size. Do the same on this one. And then this is a label. Upgrade 1. Cost. We already called it left. So be it. So make another H box. Yes. Wait. Yes. Make another H. Just copy it. Paste it. And call it right cost. Now there is the one that's like 2400, right? It's like that one's gonna have to be designed differently. Well, if there's only one upgrade, then we would just say hide this. Finally made Discord. Yay! You can't play it until stream. Now that the secret's out, you might as well. Let us see it, I mean. Oh, and then the separator is still there, which we don't need anymore. You kind of don't need the separator, but I like it. But you don't need it. If you wanted to, you could instead... I think it's kind of obvious, but if you wanted, you could come in here and add that kind of separation. It's not as nice as having like an actual line down the middle. At all. But I think it still is kind of clear. I think. Maybe. Probably. Obviously, ideally, like the whole thing could highlight when you hover it, but ain't nobody got time for that. So, this will have to do. And then this way it's a little easier when this goes away. Oops. When this goes away. Then we just got to make sure that that's centered. The H box. Alignment, center. Alignment, center. Then when this goes away, that's just like that. Okay, good. Let's do a commit. Upon the beginning, when it is embiggened, upgrade data and UI begun. Okay. And then for the costs, I'm going to need those accessible as unique names. Also the labels. The button. Okay, the buttons are unique. The icons will also need to be unique. Oh, that's also on the button. Okay. So I'm going to need to be able to access all those. I also need icons for all of them. So that's fun. So we've got a faster one already, and we've got range, which accounts for most of them. But there's also bigger bombs, probably just like an explosion kind of look. So I need piercing, and I need a clock. I need piercing, clock, and explosion icons. These icons are a lot simpler. I did already make this for another purpose, so we're just gonna go ahead and repurpose it. I do want to make sure that the size matches these, because they're going to be right next to each other, so they really need to kind of fit together, in my opinion. It's probably good enough. Okay, and then I want like the piercing, which for me, we're just gonna do double. Knife egg timer exploding pie for overscoping purposes. Yes. I guess the hardest thing is deciding on a font. What's the font we're using? I wish I had a better font, but I don't think I'm even using a font. That's horrible. You pick a font. I don't care what font. You just pick one, alright? We're not doing default Godot font. I mean, you could, but I don't want to. What kind of things we have in the computer? What's this? Well, can we do Milks? I like the Milks font. Do I have that downloaded? I think I do. I think that would fit this really well. You can change it globally? Really? The cool kids say Calibri is in right now. Oh. I feel like that's not going to be round enough for my purposes. But yeah, it is in, but I feel like it's more in with like professional software. I'm going with Milks. TT Milks. I think this will be nice. It's just kind of like round. But yeah, changing the global font, that's a great idea. I didn't know that. Yeah, the cool kids. I see, I see. Where do I set that? Is that this? When I say custom font, is that for like the game? Path to a custom theme resource file. A font to use as default for all GUI elements. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Did I say GUI? Jesus. Okay, so let me make sure I get this in here. I believe I've got Milks downloaded. If I don't, I really should. Okay, we do. Which one do I want? Casual pie? Or just casual? I think we just want casual. Oh gosh, I don't remember which one's which. Whenever you're in TXT files, you use Sylphane. That name probably means something. I bet it does. No, see, I don't want this one. This one's all worn. Oh, Sylphane is a font. I see. Cool. Yeah, that sounds cool, man. Nice. That's clean. That's a pretty font. I like it. It's funky, but like also formal. But also funky. Yeah, I think I only got these like kinda distressed ones, unfortunately. Which I don't actually want. So I think I need to download the plain one. I definitely don't want to outline. Show all? Dude, show me all of them. Come on, Windows, what are you doing? Yeah, I already know what font I want. Thank you, though. It's nice of you. I just need to find the download of the font that I want. Why are you making this complicated? Okay, Milks, casual. Downloaded like this massive font family. Casual pie. I don't think we want pie. Because I'm pretty sure pie. Oh, maybe we do want pie. It's a bit thick, isn't it? Definitely don't want that. Don't want that. Yeah, I guess that's the one. Base. Yeah, that's the same one. Alright. It's a little chunkier than I expected it to be. I think I don't actually have it. Yeah, thank you, DJ. I've picked my font. I know what font I want.
Perfect.
Casual. I don't think I have that. I think I actually have everything but that. Oh, I see what you're saying. No. I don't think I actually have it installed. I'm searching. I see what you're saying. Yeah. But I mean, I don't. It would be in downloads. I haven't cleaned through my downloads in years. If I have it, it's in there. Yeah, it's not in that family. Dude. Where even is it? Yeah. Where is it? What is it called? That one has 26. Oh, come on, man. Well, this is not going as well as I wanted. That one. I want that one. Which one is that one? Sixth. Oh, I see. I see. That's all the distressed ones. Now that I'm looking at it closely, I can see this is a little distressed. So I just have to have it be distressed. I have no choice. That's silly. Why would you be this way? Why do that? Because see how this one's a little chunkier. This one's not. So I have to accept the distress. I'm distressed about the distress. Okay, the distress stresses me. But I guess I just have to live with it. See, they just keep getting thicker. Okay, this will have to be the one. And there's no lowercase either, so that sucks. Yeah, I have doubts about whether I want to keep using this font. I feel like I might want to pick a different one that's similar. Okay, maybe I haven't picked my font. I changed my mind. That's like the vibe that I want. I just need more. I need it to be different. Oh, that one's kind of fun. I like that. That works. Okay, give me that. Genty Sands. Genty Sands. Cheers, Roger. Put that lid on tight. And we shouldn't. Give me the phone. Give me the phone. Give it to me. Give it to me. Dread it. Run from it. Water check will be delivered. No, thank you. Beautiful. It's a beauty. I love it. Okay. Then I'm gonna get that font file that we just downloaded, and I'm gonna put it in the project itself. UI. Sick and feeling like crap, but that doesn't mean I can let you. It's very sweet. You deserve to care for yourself in the same way that you care for others. Oh, we can't get away from sands. Dihydrogen dioxide. I prefer my sands. I like my serifs sands. Okay, now it's in the project. Now we'll load a custom font. Peroxide. Oh, we gotta restart the project. Very well. As you command, it shall be done. Luckily, I've kept the size pretty small on this whole project across the board, so it loads really fast. Right? 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 Right. Nice. Oh yeah, that's a good font. I like it, I like it. Very nice. Okay. Oh, it's so playful and fun. Delightful. Okay, so the reason why I was choosing that was because for the icon, instead of doing quote-unquote piercing, mine's gonna be double, because I don't got no time for trying to make it pierce. So I wanted the font so I could do this. Is this color correct? Yeah, we're just doing regular white. That's fair. I kind of thought we would do the like project white, which is an off-white. Is it a bit late for that? Yeah, maybe don't. Yeah, maybe just don't. Okay, so we got ×2. We've got speed, which is quite large. I don't think I meant for it to be that big. How does it look in here? Maybe I remade it? I don't know. Alright, copy this. Paste it on there, shrink it. Okay, and then we have, so we have explosion, range, oh. No, I forgot. What's the other ones? Time. We need time. I think that's the last one. Okay. Get us a circle, or not. Get us a circle. What, we're gonna draw little lines all around it? Jesus. This would definitely be easier with a different program. But I don't even know how to do that, so it's not even true. When you can make this dashed. Oh, yeah. Gotta be a little clever, that's all. But now it's not the right, like, direction. You want it kind of like inverted? How are you gonna do that? I have some ideas, but they're not elegant. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna draw them on. I'm gonna do the painstaking horror that is drawing these on. Dude, what if you don't? What if you just do this? What if we just make it a clock? With hands? Bro, that's perfect. Clock. Easy. Here, give it a circle in the middle. In the middle. Okay, not the clockiest looking clock. Dude, why? Why does that clock look so much worse now? What? I'm just putting it down here. I don't care if it doesn't make sense. It's an icon. It's not the logic of it that matters. It's that it conveys what it's supposed to be. Maybe. I was just looking up at a clock. I don't know, maybe. I think as long as I look at it, and I think that looks like a clock, probably someone else will think so too. I don't understand. But I hear you saying things. And I have a lot of respect for that. Right? It's like clearly a clock. Oh my god. It's not beautiful. Okay, it's not gonna win any art competitions. It is kind of giving checkmark in a circle though. A little bit. Ten and 2. Like when you're driving a car. Now it just looks like an L. You could say I worry about unimportant things. Most common pictures of a clock are at 10 and 2 because it's pleasing to the brain or something. Really? Yeah, I know, Dungeon, but I think it just communicates better if I don't. Maybe. Maybe not. I decided not to do that on purpose because it didn't look good. This doesn't look like a clock at 10 and 2. It looks like an arrow pointing down. No, what we're doing is, does Lise think it looks like a clock? If the answer is yes, then it's correct. I didn't even notice that I did it. I see what you're saying, but it looked like a check mark, and that wasn't 10 and 2, I thought. That's okay. Doesn't matter. Does that? But yeah, I've decided against centering in favor of does it look like a clock? And I think this does look like a clock. I don't love the thicknesses of the lines being so different. Like the outer ring and the inner. But I also don't want to have to increase this because it's boring. But whatever. I'll do it. It's a bit chunky, isn't it? Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Clock. Great, so I'm gonna download these. Yeah. From 10 to 14. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna get this all coded. Because, like, I don't even have the, I mean, the ranges I think will be the easiest to set up. And then I can do the others maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Okay. So, with that download, that's still downloading. Okay. It downloaded in gentysands.zip. Alright. You know what? Go ahead. Thanks, DJ. It was nice chilling. And thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. I'm like, I only got like a little bit of time left. I got some time left, so I'm just like, shoo, shoo, shoo. But know that I appreciate you. Much love right back at you. Thank you for your help today and your company. And of course, your support. UI icons. Not those icons. Those are different icons. Where do they live? I don't know. Certainly somewhere. Oh wow. Upgrade. Okay. Upgrade range, upgrade speed. In assets, just everything is all over the place, man. Bit of a mess, really. Okay, we're gonna rename this to upgrade speed. Delete that. Rename. I didn't really need to redo range, but whatever. We're gonna do it anyway. Upgrade size. We'll say upgrade blast. Upgrade length. I'll just say time. Upgrade. I'm gonna call it Pierce. No, I'll call it double. Okay. Yeah, wow. That looks better, bigger. Should have kept that larger. That's crazy. It's fine. And then I'm gonna actually want this potentially loaded in somewhere. Unfortunately. Upgrade one icon. Double. Upgrade 2 icon. Okay, I'm just gonna separate these. That one's range. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT just to finish this like dictionary, even though I still have to update all the names. I do not feel like wedging all those in, so I'm not gonna. Format the entries to match the Dart one in line spacing and with the icon upgrade. Lines. Keep the icon file the same as Dart's. Alright, pop it back in. What did you do? ChatGPT, why would you do this? Why would you put colons? object. Why are you like this? Why have you done this? Why did you change them to colons? Don't make them colons. Why did you change that? Keep the assignments as equals, just like I did. It's so weird. What a silly thing to do. Okay. Then, for the spinning top, we need faster and range. Oops. So instead of double, this just becomes faster. Oops. That's range. This is range. This one is time. This one is range. Bomb has blast and range, and this one doesn't have anything, but it needs to have range up here. Oh my goodness. Also, this is 2400. Why did you do that? Who did that? Did you do that, ChatGPT? Did I do that? Okay. Now, we gotta plug all this data in when I click on stuff. Okay. Doable. No problem, just fine. I need to be right back. 3 minutes? 2 minutes? Something like that. I'll be super quick. In the meantime, this is gonna spin. That's what's happening. There's lots of spin. Okay, I'll be super right back. Hit the like button while I'm gone. If you hit the like button, it'll give you good luck for maybe not like 10 years, but maybe let's give or take. All right. As I was saying, yes, making these things work good. So let's at least get it so that when we click on it, more things change. We do already have the image, so when I click on a tower, the image changes, right? Right. So wherever that code is handled is also where we're gonna want the, I forgot to hit play. Wherever that is happening is where we're gonna want this other stuff. So if I put down a tower, this tower, and we click on them, it changes the icon. That's also where I'm gonna want other things to occur. That same moment. So, it's gonna be in the HUD script probably. I certainly hope so. Here, set up tower UI, right here. Tower dictionary, it goes and it fetches that. And then it updates the tower preview to that. So we're gonna also want the name of it. I don't know that we have much else set up yet. Label tower name, let's pump that in there. It's an easy one. Tower text equals tower dictionary, tower name. That should work. Oh, there's also the cell calculation. I need to do that. Excuse me. It'd probably be really nice for it to know that. Oh well. Yeah, I should do that. Okay, hold on. Let me set that up too. So for the button cell, we've got that linked up already. So, I mean, how you gonna put a brownie on there? It's gonna be pretty hard. I think you have to put it somewhere else, unfortunately. So, let's add a VBox. That includes cell. And we'll get that same HBox from before up here. Drop that in. Yeah, I think that could just, I mean, it's always gonna be there, because you're always gonna, this is only gonna pop up if you have anything to sell in the first place. Okay. Guess I'll put a little plus there. And then this is label. I'm just gonna call that label. This is label cell amount. Make sure that's accessible. I'll put question marks for now. Okay. So tower name, let's skip cell for now. We need to fetch if it has two icons or not. And it needs to behave differently based on that. haven't set up tower cost stuff yet, so we don't actually need to fetch that from this. But we do need to say tower. We don't really actually have to do, we only have to do the first one. So we could say tower, but I need to know what where we're putting this. Button upgrade left, button upgrade right. I don't think I've set, oh, I have set those up. Okay, good. Why? Wow. But we don't have them set up for pressed. Oh, it's a lot of work. Okay. All right, understood. So we're not gonna worry about that. So tower, or we'll just say button, upgrade left, because we can set that one right away. Text equals tower dictionary. I don't remember. I don't remember. Upgrade one name. And then the icon as well. I assume we can just say .icon. I hope so. But I don't know if that's looking for a path or what. Buttons icon, if text is present, the icon will be placed before the text. Okay, but what is it? A texture 2D? Can I preload them in the dictionary? Probably not. I think I'd... Yeah. Oh, it doesn't exist? What? Oh, I spelled time wrong. Oh, it does let me preload them. Nice. Love it. But you know what would be even nicer? Well, whatever. But what's it gonna preload them as? Is the thing. Because we're not typing it. Can I do as texture 2D? I mean, it's not giving me an error. Upgrade speed. Like, what if I were to say as a mesh instance 3D? Yeah, it gets angry. So yeah, it seems fine. The error that it gave is that. I probably don't even need to say as. Assigned value for constant tower data isn't a constant expression. What? Since when? Is it because of the preload stuff? No, but you can only preload on a constant. Maybe that's the as. What? When did that error? I thought we were good. I was wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Wrong I was again. Okay, we can't do the S, but it says it's a compressed 2D, so I don't think it matters. Okay. Whew. Okay, back to the HUD. So the icon is going to be Tower Dictionary. And I forgot what it's called. Upgrade 1 icon in this case. So that's missing a lot of things, but I'm curious like how much of this works. I still need to do the other icon. But let's just see what is not okay and what is okay. Invalid access to tower name. Toy name. Oh, come on. You refactor that right now. Right this second. No, no, no. Whoa. I don't love how close that is to the bottom UI bar. Oh well. What's gonna have a different one? This is gonna have a different one. Nice. So that says additional time. That says faster. It's got its name up there. Now it doesn't tell you, I feel like the name up there isn't that helpful. I kind of wish there's like some extra information, you know, like what it does. I think that would be nice. We're running low on space in that box. But it's feeling incorrect that it doesn't have more info in there. Right, but I would want that to wrap. And be a smaller font size. If you do wrapping, then you have to actually set the minimum size to something. Don't do it by, well, you can do it by word. Hey Jonas, thank you for sending power. I appreciate it. I feel it. I feel it. I'm soaking it up. It's delicious. Appreciate you. I don't like how bold that outline looks compared to the name of it. I don't like a lot about it. You're just gonna ignore the alignment that I'm demanding you to do? Oh, dang, that's the wrong thing. What? My bad. That looks terrible. Man, this is a whole decision here to be doing this. That is an entire decision. Oh dear. That's probably a bad idea. Yeah, I think unless you add like a whole margin container in there. I think you're not gonna get that to adjust. So let's add a whole margin container. I wish it wasn't so long. It just all feels a bit long to me. That doesn't look good. I mean, I'd almost rather you try to keep it to one line. The 2 lines ain't doing it for me. It's gonna be real tiny though. But I think that looks better. I wish this wasn't getting so long. But I think the only way to do that is if you were to get this icon to be smaller. But I don't even know how I can really do that without fundamentally changing the icon itself. Because that's coming from a viewport. We're already saying fit height. But like anything else is just gonna be a mess. Use area damage instead of attack an area for shorter space. That's true. Very true. I really wish this would just like... it's a little larger than I want it to be. I'm not sure how to make it smaller. Truth be told. Maybe that's over on the viewport texture. Maybe you gotta go look for that. Yeah, but this should, yeah, I see we have 512 by 512. So I could make that smaller, maybe. But, you know, I'm not able to preview that here, which is a little annoying. Well, you can if you assign this path to that. That didn't actually get smaller, unfortunately. It just stretched it back out to fit in there. So even if I make this 100 by 100, it makes it fit. Unfortunately. I wish I knew how to change that size a little bit. Like a lot. Aw, man. I'm running out of time. There's still tomorrow, but that's a lot to do tomorrow. Maybe we want keep size. What if we do keep size, then come to this and make it smaller? What's that like? There we go. Why does it look so stretched out? Oh, because it's not even letting me make it smaller than that. How dare you? Why are you like this? Well, this is not exactly going the way I was hoping it would go. Because it's still not really that much smaller here. So you might even... I do wonder if this wasn't even the right place to modify it. You know? Like, keep this normal. Because what I want is for the box not to be as tall. It gets confusing when you've got this many elements. Not keep, make it fit. And then let's go up to side UI in general. That's all the wiggle room you got for me? Okay, alright. Yeah, I was hoping for a little more wiggle room than that. But because it's not fitting anymore. That sell button really changed the game. Or not the sell button, but adding the amount that it gives you. And the attack and the description also pushed it over the top. I mean, let's be honest, this isn't even the right place for it, dude. No, you know what? No. What am I thinking? Mistakes. Because why would you need to know what it does after you place it? You want to know what it does before you place it. So it actually makes more sense to have some kind of hover. Like if you hover over this, it could pop up with the information. So don't do that now. That does not belong over here. Okay. Great, now it fits. A little more snug than I like, but at least it fits. My God. Alright, anyway, what were we doing? Checking it to see how it is. I wanted the description, but I decided it doesn't matter. And now we need to do the upgrade too. And the money, the costs. We should get the cost on there as well. So back to the HUD. The jam rattery does deserve sleep. Momentarily, I am going to make sleep my priority. For sure. Because I started later today than usual. After the last ever hyper 1 hour last night, I needed some sleep. I'm okay. I'm feeling the stress of like this game needing to be finished. And it's becoming more real, like how much work it needs to be done. So like that's washing over me. But I'm good. I'm overall good. How about you, okay? So that cost, the upgrade cost here, I don't think I've set those up yet. So let's add them in. Dude, the HUD script always gets crazy. I don't even know what you do about that. Like oh no, not that. You want the cost and the cost. Upgrade left cost, upgrade right cost. Your game is done. Yes! Let's go. Music is buggy, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, for real. Otherwise, I'm tired from allergies and birthday parties. Birthday parties? Happy somebody's birthday. Not yours. Yeah, it sounds like you've earned that break, Merv. You're out here supporting hyper game dev with your gift memberships and all kinds of good stuff. Doing birthday parties, working on your game, having allergies. You deserve a break. I think we just called it upgrade 1 cost. I'm guessing. Please tell me that's what I called it. It is what I called it. Okay, that probably works fine. We can assume. Now, we need to say if... Well, we should set a variable. A variable has 2 upgrades, boolean equals Tower Dictionary. I don't remember. Upgrade has 2. You know, it kind of bugs me that those are different, and it's such a waste of time, but upgrade has 2. Can we just refactor that to the same one? Has 2 upgrades, please? Whoa. Okay. And then call this as 2 upgrades. If has 2 upgrades, then we also need to set up this one. And we also need to say if it doesn't, then that VBox needs to go away. So I'm actually gonna call this upgrade VBox upgrade 1 and call this VBox upgrade 2. I only actually need this one, but I'd rather them be named similarly. Let's drop that in. We're just gonna call that. Oh no, I'll call it upgrade 2 VBox. Else upgrade to VBox visible false. Okay, now if it has 2 upgrades, these are going to be changed to right instead of left. And then this will be upgrade 2 for all of those. Alright, let's see where that gets us. Now the upgrades don't work, mind you, but without the UI, it's not much to do. Okay, what do we... Upgrade 1 cost... Invalid access to the property. Oh, I think there's no underscore here. Okay, try again. Come on, halfway decency. Okay, alright, not yet, not yet. Invalid assignment of property key text with the value of integer. Right. We gotta stringify it. Very important. I'll have to do that with this one as well. Oh, and it's gone. Alright. Now try it. Okay. Time and range. Faster in range. Double in range. Bigger in range. And for this one, just range. Nice. All right. So there's still a lot I gotta do. Double what? I know. So here's the thing. The way that I've got my whole situation set up, oh wait, why is that only got 1? Whoa! Oh, we're never making it visible again. So I gotta fix that. So I do need, well no I don't, but I need to say if it has 2 upgrades. And we'll also say, no, it's an easy fix. If upgrade to VBox visible false, then make it visible. Easy fix. So now it should come back. Okay, so the reason why I've got double on there is because I don't think I'm going to be able to do pierce in time. I don't have projectiles, so there's nothing to pierce. There is no way to detect that there's piercing to occur. So we're just going to have it attack 2 things. And that's just the way it's going to be. It'll just be easier. So that's why that says double. Alright, y'all. Alright, y'all. That's it. That's all I got time for tonight. I wish I could do more. I wish I could do more. Yeah, it's just like a scope choice. But that is the most I can do today. Now, I'm going to be back tomorrow to work on this harder. Thank you, Jonas. Oh, man. Crunch mode activate. So I gotta get these upgrades to actually work. I gotta get the sell button going. I still gotta make my baby at the end, so I guess I'm making that tomorrow. Dear God. You know, some of it, I'm planning on doing a little polishing on the Monday member stream, but I need to get all these fundamentals in. I still gotta get my settings button, I guess. Probably should scope out the settings button. No settings. Thank you for the love, Kai Guy, I appreciate it. Scrap the baby, no. I know I should. All right, the baby is scrappable. Let's say that the baby is scrappable. I'm not ready to scrap the baby, but I'm ready to say that it's scrappable. Does 3D script support if Boolean variable, which is the same as Boolean variable, set to false? Yeah. I mean, you can do a variety of things there. So we could also say, like, if not this, like I could do it like that. That works. And then yes, you can do exclamation point, and that'll do the same thing. Yeah, there's the music. There's the music. I got to, because even though it's not as long as the last ones, it's getting late. It's getting late. I started later today, so I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna grind this out harder. Hit that like button. Have you hit that like button? Don't forget to press it, unless you already pressed it. Kick the baby. We might have to kick the baby. I'm proud of what was achieved today. A lot of good stuff. Like, all the towers work super well. And we've got animations for every tower in there. And well, I gotta make sure they're actually visible. We've got so many things just like ready to function. That was selling the right ones, right? I don't even know. I think that was fine. There's a lot of good progress here. So now it's just a matter of getting the rest done. I gotta do what I gotta do, you know? Get with the super soldier, clean up the mess of everything else. We got money began, we got health began. Click that like button, it helps, because it means more people will find out about live streams when they happen, and it makes a big difference. So thanks if you're willing to do that. Appreciate it. I don't love the animation on the spinning top, but you know, it gets the job done for now. So that has to be okay. I think I forgot to make it increase when you increase the range. Well, you know, we'll get there. Get your rest. Kick it out tomorrow. Yeah, we'll kick it out. We'll kick it out tomorrow. Yeah, I know. You know, that's what I like about YouTube. It's just a little different. It's a little different over here. Because, you know, YouTube actually cares about the fact that there's an algorithm to help the content be reached, you know, rather than just, are you the most popular stream? Now you're at the top, which like Twitch does. Whereas here, if you hit that like button, if you make sure you're subscribed, if you hang out and lurk and all that stuff, then it's going to help this channel and this content get more promotion. So it's nice. It's not just like, hey, if you want to help, I don't know, duplicate yourself, you can actually just like press a button and you're helping. All right, y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. If you're watching it after the live stream, by the way, you'll be able to tap or click in the bottom left, and the top animation is tippy top. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. You'll be able to click in the top left to go check out the last time we worked on this project, and tomorrow's stream is gonna be right there if you're watching it after, and I really hope I see you there. All right, y'all. Good night until tomorrow. One more day left on the game jam. Only one more day. baby might go bye. The baby might go bye-bye.